Hello and welcome everybody to the Lichess commentary of the 7th round of the Aktobe Open. Finally, we managed to start the stream. Unfortunately, we ran into some unexpected technical difficulties. It's the first time I'm producing the stream, kind of, and we had some problems with Discord and Zoom, but I hope finally everything should work now. My name is Rasmus Svane, by the way, not Laura Unok today. Unfortunately, she couldn't join us, but like every day, Raluca is here. Hello, Raluca. I hope you're excited for the games. I think the easy part should start now after these.
I think so. Hi,
technical
Rasmus.
stuff.
Yeah. And hello, everyone. Thank you for waiting for us, and apologies for everything. I hope everything is fine. Please do let us know if you can hear us well, if you can see us well. Everything's working fine. Yes. Thank you.
Finally. Oh, the good part starts now. Okay.
The good part starts now.
Should we?
And I was just saying yesterday when we finished the round that today with you we will probably learn more about the opening phase. So
I'm sure you're a big opening expert as well. I don't know how big of an expert I am, but okay, let's see. Should we take a look at the standings first, maybe? Like we have Alexei Sarana at 5 out of 6. He's leading the tournament. Of course, you've commentated every day, all the rounds, but I've looked at some of the games as well, and I think he's been very
well,
convincing so far. So, yeah, he will play against Aryan Chopra today, who's on 4.5 out of 6. But anyway, I think he will try to press with the white pieces. Yeah, then we have 4 people on 4.5 out of 6. Sjugirov, Aryan Chopra, Dmitry Botcharov, and Bangha, some of the pre-tournament favorites finally.
Yeah, he's finally back after a mishap in the first round.
Yeah, I saw that a number of players of the favorites had some accidents in the first round, but they finally came back.
He's one of the players who came back, right? Because we have also Naidic, who is yet to come close to the first boards, but I think he's advancing. I see him on board 11 today.
And then also importantly, I think we have the players on 4 out of 6. They also still have chances. Like there are 3 more rounds. I think round 7 is always one of the important ones. And I think also importantly, like Aristanbek Razayev, Artur Davtyan, and Dmitry Rostovtsev there. I think I checked chess results. I think those are 3 players that are fighting for GM norms. They have quite a high performance right now. So we should keep an eye on them.
Yeah, we were following Davtyan, and we learned that he only needs 1 more norm. It looks like he already had the rating as well.
He should have good chances here. He's playing very well so far. Yeah, should we just take a quick look at the pairings and then go into the games finally? So today we have Alexei Sarana on board 1 against Chopra Aryan, like 2,600 players. Sarana is leading, but yeah, in big opens you still need to score wins even if you're leading, because other people will catch up. So I think probably with white he will try to press as good as he can.
Yeah.
And then bot 2 also heavyweight matchup, Sarana and Sjugirov against Bangha, 2 other 2,600 players. And also on the next few boards, a few of the pre-tournament favorites are finally coming to the top of the top boards. Shan Saxian against Dmitry Botcharov, and Ivan Cheparinov is there. So a lot of interesting pairings for sure.
Yeah, I was checking if I remember this right, but yes, Sargisian is also one of the players who started with a loss, and he then drew, so he wasn't.
Yeah,
he didn't have a great start, but he won the last 2, and he's back here.
Okay, so finally, should we go into some of the games? Yeah.
Let's see what's going on. Do you
Yes.
think we are heading towards a draw in some of them?
I don't know. The first impression, like this is the top board between Alexei Sarana. I don't know if we should quickly check what happened in the opening. I mean,
Sure. Yeah.
right now we
were
see
told
an
it was a
endgame
fiddle.
already. Yeah.
A perk, sorry. Yeah, we were told it was a perk.
So Sarana plays d4. I think that's his usual choice, even though I think I saw a game of him where he also played e4 in this tournament. I think he started a bit recently to play e4. He used to be like very much Nimzo player. Like I just know from online games against him, he's always very, very dangerous in some Nimzo lines. Yeah, but probably he didn't expect Chopra Arian to play the Philidor today. Or what do you think? Most likely that's not his main repertoire when you're 2600, at least.
No, probably not. And I don't think, is it a common choice? I don't think so, right? At
No.
top level.
I think
I don't see it as often.
I think recently maybe some people started to play it. I have the feeling to play for a win with black. Like I saw Jordan van Foreest at the European Championship. He started to play that. I also recently had a game in the Bundesliga and the Philidor. It's kind of engine is always giving like some 0.5, 0.6 advantage and so on, but positions are quite closed and difficult to understand the plans. And I think if you play the Philidor and have a lot of experience, it can be a good weapon to play for a win. But I don't know what Arian Chopra's plan was, at least.
Maybe that's what he wants, not to get a game. Like
yeah,
you were
maybe,
saying.
yeah.
Not go into something very well known. I guess he trusts that Sarana will know very well his lines.
Yeah, probably trying to surprise him. But
Did it work?
Sarana went immediately into the endgame, which normally people play knight f3, knight d7. Bishop c4 is the main move. I think there are also some sharp lines like rook g1 and g4. Some people like to play.
Is this something that Sjugirov was playing? Was he playing rook g1 or g4 right away?
Probably Sjugirov will just sacrifice the pawn right away, but
it had probably g4, no?
Yeah, I don't know exactly, but I think this is actually also one of the lines that the engine also quite likes. With rook g1, usually I'm more of a solid player. I like to just play bishop c4. Like I think usually this is kind of like the starting position of Philidor. Black has a bit space disadvantage, but also a very, very solid position.
Yeah, I remember this idea of rook g1. That now that you mention it, I just didn't remember which way, if it was rook g1 or g4. And I looked at some games of Sjugirov a long time ago.
So Sarana just exchanges on e5 instead. Takes, queen takes d8, king takes d8. Immediately going into an endgame. The king can't castle anymore, but yeah, in endgames, the king is also...
You don't need to.
Yeah, also well placed often on e7. And now after bishop c4, yeah, I also think I saw a game exactly of Jordan van Foreest at the European Championship against Dominic Horvath, if I'm not mistaken, where he played bishop b4. I think actually this used to be the main line. I don't know if it used to be the main line, but I have seen a few games like this with these double pawns. Somehow this structure it looks very, very bad with isolated double pawns, but at least the pawns are controlling some squares, and it's supposed to be more or less okay for black.
It's probably not easy to attack them either, right?
Yeah.
But I guess he could play for an edge, perhaps, in something like this.
I think Yeah, another game. Somehow I've seen too many games in these end games. So I like end
I think
games.
that's
So
a good thing. Yeah.
I pay special attention when the end games are rising. I think at the Bundesliga there was a teammate of mine, Jonas Lampard, where he had this end game after the opening, and I remember he played some f3 and then later tried to maneuver the knight somehow like this. But
With knight
yeah.
b1 to see. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Really nice.
Yeah.
And bishop on e3 or?
Yes. Like
Okay.
I don't remember exactly how it happened. I just remember they had this and okay, white will. Yeah, many
So that's one
different
way.
plans.
That's one
Yeah.
way to attack the pawns. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Knight on c4 and knight on d3.
Yeah, just slowly trying to show that black's pawn structure is not really optimal with these double pawns. But instead, black played bishop b4.
Is this the way to equalize? Maybe without.
Yeah, I think this is the more modern approach. I have not really analyzed this Philidor too deeply, but I remember that bishop b4 is slightly favored by the engine. I think it's some 0-2, 0-3 or something, if I remember correctly. So the idea is after bishop f7, black can take the pawn, I guess. Mm-hmm. So white protects instead on e4. King e7.
And now the king goes to e7.
Mm-hmm.
And everything's nicely placed.
Mm-hmm. So knight e2, bishop e6. Very, very, very logical, I guess. Even though if you exchange this bishop, kind of like in some kind of sense, white has the better bishop now with the dark squared bishop. Because the pawns on the center are on light squares, but okay, it's a very, very minimal thing, and black immediately kind of gets a chance to play bishop c5. If he wants to. Also the king on e6, it's a bit open, but I don't know.
We don't know if that's an advantage or
yeah,
or a disadvantage for now, right?
The white king is also in the center, but it's at least not standing on e3. If king was on e3 and bishop on f2 here, there would be bishop c5 check.
That would be a problem, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, with black, there's no white squared bishop, so the king is kind of safe on e6, probably.
I'm just wondering how white could try and press here.
Mm-hmm.
How could you try and get an advantage? I see he played with a4.
Yeah, there was c6,
what
a4.
Is he trying to do?
Yeah.
Does he want to play something with a5?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably. Like a5, rook a4, maybe. Mm-hmm. Just to attack the bishop. Or just to gain some space on the queen side. Doesn't hurt. Yeah. But
no.
Yeah, somehow it looks of course very, very dry somehow. After a5, knight d1.
Okay, not allowing that trade anymore? Or is he going someplace special? Not allowing the trade, yeah? Wants to move the knight.
Yeah, probably he might want to play c3. Probably he gets ready with the knight on d1 to take back the bishop with the knight. And then maybe the knight might go to f5.
f5.
Yeah, but after bishop c5, it does look very, very drawish somehow. His idea seems to be knight c1. And
to d3, yeah?
Yeah. This might be a nice square for the knight.
But for example, if black takes on e3 himself and puts a knight on c5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
What's it going to be?
Yeah. Like this is probably very important to play knight c5. Because after if white gets knight d3, black is kind of a bit stuck with the knights because you don't if you play some move like rook d8, you can never kind of move this knight because
there's a problem.
Mm-hmm. Yes. So what you say makes a lot of sense.
So what am I doing with the knight from c1 then? Am I going back to e2?
That's a good question. Like I would like to maybe. Okay, this is a weird idea. I guess it's not good. Like there could be an idea to play like rook a3 and knight b3, just to
And
exchange the
attack
knight.
b7 anyway.
But I guess black might play rook d8.
Rook d8 and then king e2. I guess we have to insert, or do we?
Maybe knight b3 might be possible. But the thing is, after knight b3, if black wants, they can also just play knight d7, maybe.
The f knight to d7?
Yeah. Even though, yeah, both sides are kind of a bit stuck. Maybe, okay, black threatens to take and knight c5 in the next move, maybe. Should be just very fine. And I think if we just refresh the board, this exactly happened, yeah.
Rook d1, okay. So he played rook d1, and if rook d8, are we just going to trade everything on the d file? Actually, on rook d8, we don't have knight e2, yes? Well, yeah, we have to take with the knight on d1. So I'm thinking
so
if
rook
black
d8,
plays
yeah?
something like this. Yeah.
Also big. I think you generally want to take the h rook, because otherwise knight c4 attacking the a5 pawn might be a small issue. But yeah, I don't really know what he wants to do here actually. Like if you take, you just give black the d file. I don't know what you play here.
And the rook on a1.
It's actually already
What do
on
I
the
have
board.
to do? Okay, rook d8. So maybe the rook from a1, how is it coming out? Because on a3, not really either. Do I have to play b3 and get the rook out from a1?
Yeah, but you kind of lose a few tempi. You don't really want to just let black exchange on d1 and play rook d8. I mean, if
Let me just say hi to chat here. We have people joining. Greetings. We are reading you. If you have questions, please let us know. And someone is saying that your poster, Rasmus, is the constant in a constantly changing world.
yeah. It's some kind of souvenir from the World Junior Championship in 2016 in India.
In India, it looked India.
Yeah, you probably know, like at these big official championships, you often get some kind of gift bag or some gifts, and this is kind of what we got there. I think it's somebody told me it's Saura graffiti from the state of Odisha in India. I hope that's correct. I hope it's also not like offensive or anything that I have hanging on my wall. I just think it looks nice.
If anyone knows,
yeah.
It does look nice. Yeah. If anyone knows, please do tell us.
Okay, so yeah, I have no idea what Sarana wants to do here. I'm a bit confused that he played rook d1, because to me it looks like he might just concede the d file here.
He will not take his back knight to c3, right? That would be...
Yeah, but the problem is if you move the knight to e2 now, black can take. And now the pawn on a4 is hanging, yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Does he want to play knight takes d1 and then put it back on c3? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to do this and knight e3. It's no big deal if black plays rook d2, there's king e1.
Right, but he's not going to make a progress here, is he?
No.
Can he try to play c3 and b4 in any way? I don't think giving up the d3 square is something good.
Might be an idea with the pawn structure, but black is just very active with the knight on c5. Knight d3 would come.
Yeah, I'm curious what will happen.
To me, it looks like black just completely equalized and might even have the slightly easier game already. It looks like Sarana just wants to be solid today, at least from the
Is a
opening.
move like rook f1 completely ridiculous with the idea of if rook d2 check, king e1, followed by knight e3 and king e2. So not trading here is the question, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Play rook
some small
f1.
trap maybe, like rook d2. I think
King
I
e1.
recently fell for just maybe
like
just a few days ago I fell for a similar trap like this. Knight
Oh, no.
d3 here maybe.
Mhm.
Even if black sacrifices an exchange, like rook d3 might be not so bad for black, but it's playing a bit for tricks, I think, in general. If black just plays some slow move,
Yeah.
you just gave black the d file and there will be no problems. Like rook d4 might also be a bit unpleasant.
We have to play b3.
b3, yeah.
I guess so. But then the knight from c1 is only going to e2.
Yeah, at least
For
this
sure.
knight on e3 is really excellently placed. It's always protecting c2, and after rook d2, king e1, it's also always protecting the pawn on g2. So he made a good maneuver with knight d1, but I'm not so sure about knight c1. Yeah, but in general, it seems like Sarana just wants to be solid today. He's leading by half a point. Probably just wants to be in a good position for the last few rounds. Like, probably somebody will catch up to him, even though it's not completely clear.
So he will be on 5.5. Maybe we can take a look at boards 2 and 3, where we have people with 4.5 could catch up with him. And we are being told that something interesting might happen on board 3. We'll get there. Shall we check Bangha first?
Okay. Should we go from the beginning again? We missed the openings a bit due to the
at least to see how it happened. Yeah? Briefly.
So d4.
Okay, so what do we have?
Knight f6.
You have a name, so?
He plays knight f3. I think a bit more popular nowadays. Probably queen c2, e3, and f3 are probably the three main moves, I would say. But knight f3 is also always an important line. That's sometimes maybe catching some players a bit more surprised. But yeah, I think main move is castles here. Recently, I myself had a game where I also played knight f3, where black played b6. There's also c5. But one big thing with knight f3 is also that black has the option to transpose into the Ragozin. So this could also happen if we play knight f3, d5, knight c3. Nowadays, basically bishop b4 is one of the most trusted openings for black in this position. So Bangha goes for that via transposition, and Sjugirov goes e3, transposing to e3 Nimzo. After castles, a bit small. Some transpositions here, like this could also happen via e3, castles, knight f3, d5, bishop d3, what they got in the game. I don't know why Sjugirov didn't play e3 first. Probably it's just then there are other lines than d5.
And c5 here.
Yeah, they get into... Okay, so this is basically just one of the main positions of the e3 Nimzo, and black has a lot of options. Like, I think another alternative here is d takes c4, b takes, bishop takes c4, knight c6 is very popular nowadays. Also a very very trusted line. There's also b6 here. Instead he played d takes c4, bishop c4, c takes d4, e takes d4, and b6. As far as I know, this is called the Karpov system for some reason. I guess
Okay.
Karpov used to play this a lot when he was active, of course. And I think this is basically supposed to be the old main line, or still also the modern main line. And yeah, it's supposed to be in very good shape. Very difficult to prove some advantage for white.
Is queen e2 the main move? I'm used to seeing bishop g5 in this type of positions.
Yeah, I think exactly as far as I remember, I saw Sarana exactly play this queen e2. I mentioned earlier that he likes to play these Nimzo lines, and he has some good ideas there always. I think this is like his move, and also other players' moves, of course. It's just a natural move here.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, bishop g5 I think is also one of the main lines. Yeah, sometimes you can provoke black to take here. This is a very typical pawn structure in these positions. Like often we might get some hanging pawn position over here. Oh yeah, I could play queen e2, rook d1, rook c1. Even knight e5 is also a move.
Okay.
Yeah, instead I don't know what's the big point of this. This is the current position, right?
Right, yeah, this is the current position. Maybe he will just transpose.
Yeah, I think the point is supposed to be that white might have d5 in some lines, like for example, if black plays knight c6 here, there might be d5.
Yeah, here it looks like d5.
I think this is supposed to be the reason why you don't start with bishop g5. You probably want to play that later, but
I like d5 here for white. But okay, the knight. Okay, I understand.
Probably
I
you
was
take.
thinking, what if, yeah, take on d5, yeah?
Takes. With a knight, probably takes.
Yeah. Bishop takes, or yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember. I think there's some. Maybe it's. I remember there was some game by Sarana at the European Championship against Daniel Deak, maybe.
Let me see if I can find it.
Maybe it was like h6.
I was going to
and
ask
now
about
d5.
h6, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why you play h6 first. So.
To avoid bishop g5, maybe.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna try and find it.
Like this, and then queen to f6. It's a bit unclear to me why you played h6, but probably it's just because bishop g5 is so annoying, and now after all these exchanges, you also win at tempo. You could think that it would be preferable for white that you already developed the bishop to f4, but actually black might profit from it because the bishop is immediately attacked, and you can go rook d8 next move.
Okay, so let's see. Sarana, yes, he has games here.
After rook d1, right?
Yes. But this should be in this year's European, yeah?
European Team
or
Championship.
In Serbia. Team Championship.
In Montenegro. I don't know exactly. This is always a problem that you have some half knowledge, but I remember he had some kind of game, but maybe
I was trying to find it by year because he has. So it was 2024.
23, I think.
23. Yeah, I will let you know
Okay.
when I find it. If I find it,
Yeah.
it's probably have
Probably
to
I'm
search.
like
With the
it's
reference,
yeah.
it's not so easy to find it. I probably have to
Mm-hmm.
put in the names and
Yeah. Also, I might be wrong. Like,
find it that way.
I think especially in
Ah,
these
no, you're
lines.
not.
Yeah.
You're not. You're
Mm-hmm.
not wrong. I found it.
Mm-hmm.
He played knight d7 deck,
Okay.
and then it was d5. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I think like h6 is supposed to be the better move. Maybe also knight
Okay.
c6. But yeah, after there was some like I saw this line and as usual I was impressed by Sarana's openings. I think he's, especially with white, he's always very well prepared and has some interesting ideas. And yeah, 97 looks so natural. And I think what I remembered was exactly that after d5. That
Yeah. Let's see
it's
how far you remember.
that it's not that it's
Let's
no.
test your memory,
I
Rasmus.
don't remember anymore. It's just that it's supposed to be maybe slightly better for white, surprisingly.
So he took here, yeah, and
Mm-hmm.
95, and he played rook e8 here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now I have to remember what happened there. I don't know.
And the game shows up here in the Lichess database already as well.
Queen
Yes, queen
c2.
c2.
Yeah, some very
And
strange move. So
And then he
that's
exchanged here everything and played queen e7. And yeah, bishop g5. See, that's why we needed to have h6.
Yeah. Some of these positions, they always look a bit innocuous, but like you have this very symmetrical pawn structure and it often looks a bit drawish, but when white has good activity, it can be dangerous for black. And here you have very, very well coordinated pieces. Can immediately play rook d1. Knight on d7 is a bit
strange, no?
Yeah, and the bishop on b4 also. So
if it could go to c5 at least.
Yeah, it's just if black had like 2-3 moves, there would be no problems at all. But as far as I remember, he had an advantage here, and I think won the game.
He played f6 here, which
Okay, that's already a bad sign. Which you have to weaken your king a bit.
Is queen 6 not possible?
Yeah, it doesn't look so bad for black. Probably rook d1.
Rook d1, yeah.
Would be very logical.
Yeah.
So you can't play rook c8 because now I just attacked the bishop and also your knight is attacked. So you would just lose a piece here. Yeah. I guess.
Okay. But do we have a move in our game? I wonder. What do we have here?
So the position is after knight d7 is the live position. And Sjugirov is thinking.
So he played knight d7. Okay.
Yeah, probably.
We might have d5, as in
it might happen,
Sarana's
but
game.
Yeah, the thing is he's already wait. Somehow the clock is not ticking in my board.
Yeah, it's not. No, it's sometimes not updated correctly, but it will.
Yeah, but this is the live position.
It will catch up.
But anyway, we can see that Sjugirov has already thought for 23 minutes, so very unlikely he will have prepared this in the morning. And maybe he might just be improvising this queen e2, rook d1 now. Doesn't really know
it feels natural.
As well as Sarana did in that game, so maybe he doesn't know that d5 is just good for white here.
He will figure it out probably, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good it is, but at least it can pose a few problems for black d5 here. But yeah, also he could just play bishop g5 or something.
Okay.
I guess.
I was wondering if black had... how does he develop? maybe play the rook to e8. I don't know.
Yeah, rook e8 would prevent d5. Also rook c8 might be an idea. With the idea, maybe I can take on f3 and your bishop is hanging on c4. But then, yeah, knight e5. These are also, I think, typical ideas. Because there's some pressure on the diagonal, you might...
I guess the bishop needs to come back to e7.
Yeah, otherwise
But then...
you can take on d7 otherwise sometimes.
Yeah. But then I'm thinking if d5 is not going to work in any way.
Yeah, it looks like everything is ready to do some concrete action here. Maybe d5.
Does it work right away?
But there's a problem. You can take the
Takes on
knight
e5, yeah?
and the bishop is hanging.
Maybe taking on d7 first, and then queen d7.
Yeah. Probably this is okay for black, I guess. If you maybe you can also take with a knight. Even though then
d5 works.
Then d5, yeah. I thought briefly queen c5 was possible here, but you can take here.
Take on e6. Works,
and then the knight is also hanging. So this might be good for white. Not so clear, but.
But if queen takes, I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, queen c6 is a threat, so only d5 would be the question.
And knight d5? No? Knight d5, right?
Yeah. Knight d5,
but then
bishop e7 is...
Yeah.
This might just surprisingly be winning for white. Yeah. Knight c3, and then take the queen.
Who has more pieces?
Yeah, finally.
White will have more pieces.
Yeah, somehow you can't capture the bishop on e7 like you would want.
And I'm gonna lose b7 maybe as well.
But probably after d5 you can take with the pawn. You would probably take here. Probably black can just exchange everything and it should be very equal. Yeah, so let's see what Sjugirov will do from here. We think d5 is a critical move, but of course it's much easier to know if you've analyzed it. I think it's not unlikely that he will just play bishop g5 and just play in a normal way for this variation.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting things happening. Let's see if it gets more interesting at some point. What about board 3,
right?
Yeah, chat was suggesting it. So let's see what we have. We have a Sicilian. Okay. So.
Yeah. So e4, c5. Also Saxian, I think. He's mostly a d4 player, but similarly to Sarana, he's also playing e4 a bit. And yeah, we get a knight off, like you often do when you see a Sicilian. He plays with h3, e5. Do you play the knight off? I don't play the knight off.
I don't play the knight off.
Yeah, I think
I was hoping for more insights from you.
I have seen this variation, but I think it's very sharp. I think I should have started to play the knight off earlier. It's probably very, very important for your chess development to have some experience in Sicilian positions.
Never too late.
Yeah, I did try a bit. Like I think I have 2 knight off games. Like the first one I actually won, but the second one I lost to somebody with 2400. And the opening...
So that demotivated you?
The opening was not the problem at all, actually, but...
Okay. It was just a bad day in the office?
Yeah, I just had a very bad tournament and probably lost because of that. But somehow after that, I didn't play the knight off anymore. So it did have some kind of psychological effect.
How do you recover in a bad tournament?
In this tournament, I didn't
You
manage
didn't, okay.
to recover. No, I had a lot of draws and I lost one game. Actually, I managed to win one game in the end, but yeah,
To finish on a
somehow
positive
my
note, I guess.
brain was just not working in this week well
Okay.
enough. I don't know how you approach it.
No, I've had tournaments like that, and I was wondering if how you deal with it, if you have any secrets to share. I think everyone would be interested in knowing if
Yeah.
it's maybe grandmasters have some secret ideas, some secret ingredients to add to the tournaments.
I don't know. Usually I just try to focus on the next game immediately, but probably it would be good to have some kind of psychological way to deal with it. Sometimes, okay, the good thing for me is that I'm quite a solid player, so compared to other tournaments, I kind of lose less often, but also win less often. So I less often have to deal with tough losses, but of course.
So maybe the Najdorf is not exactly the choice for you. No,
But of course, if you spoil a winning position to a draw, it can be just as painful. But yeah, usually I'm just trying to prepare for the next game, and I don't know. Probably.
And see how it goes.
Yeah, probably would
I
be
don't
good.
even know how to approach it. Sometimes I had a very, very bad tournament in Menorca last year. And preparing, I saw that preparing didn't work, and I thought, okay, maybe not preparing would work, and just enjoying and relaxing. No, nothing worked.
Yeah,
just, okay.
Sometimes it just doesn't work. Sometimes, okay, you feel like you're playing badly because you're very tired or something, and then it's of course a good idea to prepare less. Probably just depends on the situation, but in general, I also don't really have a special recipe. Okay. So what happened in the game? Black played b5. I think this is also a line, as far as I remember, this endgame. I don't really know how it continues, but this is, I think, also considered a critical variation. But instead, he played f5, bishop c8.
And now the bishop has to retreat, okay.
So black...
Is this, okay, it looks like we're winning a tempo, but is this structures okay for white? I mean, I guess black is trying to prove that once you play f5, it's not as great.
Yeah, as I said, I don't really have too much experience with these structures, but I think in general this structure is very, very double-edged. Like black wants to play bishop b7 and immediately put pressure on the pawn on e4. Also b4 might be an idea. Also d5 sometimes to break the center, and then you kind of get very good piece play. But on the other hand, if white manages to get g4, g5 or something, and then put a knight on d5, you can kind of get very, very good play on the light squares.
Right, yeah.
And yeah, Saxian has, of course, still prepared this, so he will probably know how to handle this line, but probably black also knows the theory here. So bishop g5, knight d7, just to be able to take back with a knight, probably. If white takes, oh, I don't know. A4.
He's not very worried about knight d5, I see.
Yeah, this happened. And now queen f3. Yeah, somehow I've seen this structure. I've never really really understood this structure at all. Like black has this pass pawn. White has the bishop pair. Maybe you can put a knight on e4 at some point. Like this, yeah.
Yeah.
Also, this might be an idea. Yeah, but black has, I think, in general, black has very good control over the dark squares, and white has very good control over the light squares. So a bit clashing strategies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So bishop e7, long castle. King b1, he just gets his king to safety. Black also. So far,
Yeah, maybe he gets attacked there on c1. Quite common to do it, I guess.
So far, it looks kind of normal. Or looks like both sides are playing very logical and good moves. So.
And rook h2 is
Yeah.
nice way to defend. So I'm guessing that white will play for an attack on the king side. Is he going to bring his bishop back to c1 maybe and play g5?
This would be a very logical idea, and that's also what I would be thinking.
So why is he not putting his bishop on d3? Don't I want it there when I play g5? Was e4 a problem?
You mean instead of rook h2?
Yeah. E4 was a problem immediately because c2 would be hanging, yeah? Or...
It might be like e4. The thing is, you always have to worry about e4.
Yeah,
after bishop d3. Okay, anyway, after rook h2, e4 is also just possible, but if after bishop
maybe
d3,
not as strong, yeah.
if e4 is possible here, you might just lose a piece immediately.
Right, yeah.
You can just take immediately, yeah. I was thinking you might play knight e5 first, but even if
yes, I was looking at knight e5 as well, but knight e4 is...
Okay, let's just include knight e5. Maybe you don't want to include it, yeah?
Because the queen goes to what, e2?
Now you could maybe go here and take. And now I protect c2.
And if we don't include knight e5, does it still work? It should still work, yeah, because takes on c2.
Now you can take.
Yeah.
And this looks like a disaster for white. Knight e5 is coming. Maybe even rook c3 or knight c3. Yeah.
If king a2, knight c3 is over, for example.
Yes.
I don't know, rook c3, whichever you want.
Yeah. No, this would be a disaster. So rook h2 looks logical. It's a very, very interesting position. I have no idea who's better here. My guess would
be... Here we will definitely see a fight.
Yeah, this should be very likely to be a decisive game. So maybe one of these guys can catch up to Sarana.
We have only one of them who could catch up, and that's Bocharov. So
true,
I don't know.
True.
Sargsyan is on 4 right now.
Yeah, true.
I don't know if I would bet on black here, to be honest.
You like white's position?
I'd rather place my bets on white. I don't know. I feel like g5 is coming faster than black's attack.
You do have the bishop here also. Okay, it feels like black probably has to do something fast.
But how? How will he do something fast? Well, is knight c5 something fast? Or knight e6?
Okay, so my candidate moves would be e4 maybe. Maybe knight b6 and maybe knight c5. Apart from that, maybe this is actually also a move, yeah? Can you take this pawn? Probably it's too greedy. But...
Right. I have been looking at the bishop for a while now, and I just forgot. Now it works, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's a bit greedy, but if you can return the knight, you have the center suddenly. And if the bishop goes back, also g5 doesn't attack the knight.
Maybe queen takes d5, but does he want that? Queen d5 doesn't lose the pawn, I guess, yeah?
Probably that's...
What's it? f6 will not work, I guess, at all.
Yeah, here you can just take with a knight or bishop.
Yeah.
Okay, but white can take here. But
and a6 is
a6 is hanging is a problem for black. I don't know if you can somehow protect the pawn. Because if you just win it, then that's a problem for black. Like somehow knight f6 maybe feels
Yeah, but
feels like it should be. Feels like there should
it
be some
shouldn't be
move after
fine.
bishop a6, but what's the move? The rook is also attacked. I don't know if you see anything here. I don't really.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if we have no rook d8 ideas, I guess.
Yeah, it would be nice, but the pawn is on
If we had
pawn
two
is on
moves and play
a4,
rook
not on
a4,
a2. Yeah.
or if you just jump over the bishop and take on a4 as well, it would be nice.
Yeah. No, maybe it's a bit surprising, but maybe this might be. Maybe this knight b6. Does that make sense?
And if takes on rook d6, there will be knight c4.
Yes, that was my idea.
Okay.
Even this,
I see.
I'm not really sure how to evaluate such positions, but it feels like they should be okay for black at least.
I think it should add a knight from b3 doesn't.
You can't get knight to e4 immediately, yeah, because bishop is controlling.
I was thinking if we could we have inserted h4 g5 at some point? It feels like black's pieces are just waiting to be kicked out. I don't know.
Yeah.
Where? I mean, let's see where. Because what about, is it possible maybe here? But then a4 will be hanging.
Yeah, I think also bishop on f4 is also a fine square.
And if we take the pawn on b4?
Aha, that pawn is hanging. I didn't really see that, actually. That might be a problem. If you just take the whole queen side, you might just win every endgame.
Yeah, if I don't get mated first, no?
But somehow it feels like everything is well protected.
Suddenly the knight on b3 is strong.
You can like put your queen on e4 maybe.
So there's knight d5, h4 is nice. So not taking, we are looking at queen d5 right now.
Yes, wait.
So the question is
h4.
Here. So. h4 here, okay. And if knight goes back?
Yeah, the bishop is hanging on e7. You have to go to f6, yeah? And then you take and immediately you have this
g5.
This attack.
That's the idea. Oh, that's interesting as well.
It's nice, yeah. Not easy to see. But yeah, I guess like this 95 is also just some idea. It's probably not a good move. To me, like intuitively, I want to play e4, but I don't know if that's a good idea. Where do you think the queen would go?
Maybe g3?
Yeah, I thought the same. Just like if the knight moves, you can sometimes you can take and play g5.
Yeah. So 95 was the idea, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it looks nice, but also the question is, what does it really do?
I think something here.
You can go there. Yeah. Sometimes when something looks nice, there are ideas. Yeah. That's why it looks nice.
That's why it looks nice. Yeah.
So if you take, maybe
and g5.
Even gf6. Okay. Maybe it's
okay.
maybe too creative.
What does everyone think about g takes? I don't know. Looks very brave, but yeah, okay, I understand that bishop takes g5. It doesn't look it's not very good. Cute either.
Okay, probably you can just take this one. At least this knight has a nice square. Yeah, but
Yeah, okay,
probably
if you blockade it, I don't know if you... Yeah, but pawn bishop takes, right?
Yeah.
Would be...
Yeah, I was just thinking GF was the idea because after bishop e7 now there might be f6.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you can go to d8.
And on f6?
Yeah. You could just go f6 anyway. Like g6. You might get mated.
And queen h4, yeah.
Or even h4, h5.
Hmm.
This is why I need some experience in the Sicilian positions. I don't really have the feeling for this stuff. What are you playing with black against e4?
Sicilian, but not this one. The accelerated dragon, also more solid.
Yeah, that's very different, of course.
Very different.
I did play.
I'm not gonna get attacked.
I did also play some dragon and some accelerated dragon, but it's also 10 years ago or something.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
I feel like the accelerated dragon is making a comeback. It wasn't so common a few years ago, and now I see more and more strong people playing it.
Yeah,
it's refreshing to see.
There's this line with where you take early and play some queen b6. That I see sometimes. Sometimes they make this quick repetition. Like I think even there was some game by MVL against Abdusattorov or something at the Grand Chess Tour where they just made a draw immediately. Like this is some kind of surprising line that you can play, but of course also a normal accelerated dragon. Okay, so this position basically we don't understand anything. We don't know who's better, but it feels like maybe easier to play with white, right?
Maybe easier to play with white, yeah, from what we've been shuffling around. And okay, just one question. If knight b6, how is that pawn doing on a4?
Yes.
If we're just trying to take things. a5?
Yeah.
And then play a5?
And then you just go here, yeah. Just put it here.
C4?
Or a4, where do you want to go? Maybe you can take on d5 again. But then you take on f6 again, right?
So how on knight takes d5, rook takes d5, you're saying, no? Or...
No, because rook d5, we again have the same
knight
problem.
d5?
The bishop is hanging. I thought now you can
take
on
f6? This one, and g5.
And you get this quickly again. And as soon as you take the pawn on d4, sometimes, if the bishop gets to c4, it can be very painful. But probably it doesn't ever get there. But...
Yeah, I have to say, it's refreshing to see that you don't also understand this position. Someone is saying in this chat, they like it when the commentators admit they don't understand the position. I thought you would have...
No.
You'd know how to deal with this? Okay.
I guess also the players,
they're still figuring it out, you think?
I guess also the players don't really know who's better and why. I mean, also Botcharov is a lot down on the clock, right? So it also indicates that White's game is easier to play. Maybe Saxian might also still be in some kind of...
At least maybe he's seen this position before.
Maybe, yeah, not too many moves ago he was still in preparation. So if you take that logic, it might also mean that white is better here. So, okay, no idea.
And maybe they will show us what how to deal with this.
Yeah, should we go to another game?
Move on?
Do you have any suggestions where you want to go?
Maybe just check the first boards. Cheparinov's game should be interesting as well.
Yes.
He was on 4, yes? Yeah, we have a big pack of people with 4 points. If anyone sees any interesting games, please let us know and we will check. There's someone who has a very smart way of avoiding life here. Just avoid complicated Sicilians. Yep.
Yeah.
And life's easier, yeah?
Shortcut to chess. Also with white, I usually don't go into open Sicilians. I'm probably not the only one, but I guess most players, they do go there.
Are you a e4 player?
Mostly d4, but
Mostly d4. That's what I
like,
remember. But
yeah,
just checking.
yeah, I do also play e4 sometimes, but I go like bishop e5 check and so on more often. Very boring.
Is it against FIDE rules to rage quit when your opponent plays an opening you don't like? Is it?
I don't think so. I mean,
I don't think so. You could just leave the playing hall and never come back.
yeah, you just lose the game, that's all. Or I don't know,
Yeah.
it might bring the game of chess into disrepute or something.
Yeah, I think I know that if you don't show up for a game and you don't have a reason for it, then usually you don't get paired for the next round. You might also get
Punished in some way. Yeah.
punishment. Yeah. They have to alert your federation or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if you just come to the game and leave, what happens? That's not the same.
Yeah. Like the only instance I remember of somebody just leaving without resigning, I think there was this in the 19th century and so on. I remember some
Against
story about,
Stein.
yeah, Steinitz von Barley.
Yeah, that's famous. That's
yeah.
true.
But I think
I don't know if
Filosev
everyone
did
knows
it, right?
that.
At the Qatar Masters. Like he was
Maybe.
fed up with something and he just left without resigning.
I think so. I don't remember exactly what the context was, but yeah, now that you mention it, it sounds familiar.
Yeah, I don't know the full
Something
story,
with
but
Filosev happened, yeah.
something like this did happen. It really doesn't happen often. I don't remember this too much, unless there's some kind of medical emergency or something. Okay.
And if anyone wonders about a Steinitz game, it's if you don't know it, it's a really nice game. You've probably seen it in the tactics books. It's this awesome game where you sacrifice the rook on every square and you just come back.
Yeah.
So apparently, tales are that black couldn't take it anymore. He just left the room.
Black left, yeah.
Yeah. He just didn't resign.
Okay.
What happened here?
So Cheparinov, they went into Karlsbad structure, like Queen's Gambit declined, very classical opening. And this bishop g4 line, I think this was a bit popularized by Carlsen, if I'm not mistaken, in some kind of speed games. Also, I remember Fressinet played it, maybe Abbasov at the World Cup also. Some game, I think. The idea is in the Karlsbad you often have problems with your light squared bishop. It's a bit passive on c8, and usually it's very nice if you can get it to this diagonal in some kind of way, and maybe exchange it for the light squared bishop. But yeah, it's not the main line, so it has some other problems. It does lose some time and so on. So
yeah, I was just wondering if Queen c2 doesn't. Yeah, isn't the bishop just going to stay there anyway?
Usually the problem with these bishop g4 lines is also that sometimes there's some problem with queen b3 attacking this one and this one. But yeah,
would black just sacrifice the pawn here?
There's supposed to be some move here. I don't know which one. Like often knight c6 is a typical reaction, and after queen b7 some knight b4. With rook b8 or knight c2 ideas, but I don't really understand what's the point after bishop f6. And then you can take this pawn.
Oh, right, yeah, you can also take that. So knight d7 then, maybe, to protect the f6 knight.
Yes, this might be correct.
But then queen b7?
Yeah, but if you take on b7, you always have this counterplay.
Right.
With rook b2. And as soon as you take here, also this is coming.
Bishop b4.
So this might be the reason. I do also remember that I've seen kind of how this progressed in the game. So some kind of strange theory. Some kind of very modern stuff that the engine suggests is not really how you used to play the Karlsbad 50 years ago.
No.
Yeah, with this knight e8 plan even.
Yeah. Is the knight going to d6?
Yeah.
Okay.
Often d6 is a very, very nice square in the Karpov structures, because if white is going b4,
Over b5.
b5 later, you already have some influence there, and you have control over c4 and e4, and you can go bishop f5 sometimes with a knight on d6. Yeah, bishop g3. White wants to preserve the bishop. And knight e5. I think I've also even seen something similar to this, but yeah, I think this is some kind of weird engine line. So that's why
Is f6 very bad there?
That's a good question. Probably, usually
Knight
you
g6
would
or
react with
what
knight
to-
g6, right? If
I
you
don't
take,
have time for bishop takes
yeah,
g3.
because knight f8 takes the bishop.
Yeah.
Okay, but still after rook
Everything's
f7, it doesn't really look so bad. But I guess you just take, and bishop d3, knight can return to f4.
Okay.
So knight c6,
Nothing bad.
a3. Looks a bit slow, but I don't know if that move is really necessary. Okay, but you prevent knight b4. It also looks like a normal move. g6.
Okay. So g6.
Ah. What did you want to say?
For bishop f5, is g6 for bishop f5?
Yeah,
or-
good question. Probably, yeah.
Mhm.
Maybe sometimes knight g7.
Knight g7. Yeah, but maybe now I don't. Okay, if bishop d3, probably. And I could go to g7.
Yeah, like knight to f5, knight to h5, bishop f5.
Okay.
Probably also just some kind of small waiting move, like white also didn't do too much with a3. But apparently white's idea with knight b5. Because now bishop b4 is not possible. So takes. Knight g7. Bishop d3.
Now he has the bishop pair, but not for long, I guess.
Yeah, probably white didn't really want to. Okay, bishop e2 was also a move. I don't know. But maybe after bishop d2 there was knight f5.
That looks a bit unpleasant, doesn't it? Knight f5. I don't know, bishop h2, I guess. Has to be played, and what?
Yeah, maybe some d4 ideas. My first thought was queen g5, but
yeah,
maybe g4 is a problem. And some bishop f4 and so on. Yeah.
That would be easy to trap your own queen there with knight e7. It's
Yes.
almost gone.
Yeah, it's probably gone, right?
It's gone, yeah. You go
Knight
back to
e7.
g3 and then
Yes. That would be an easy way to lose the game immediately.
Hello to everyone joining us now. Welcome to round 7.
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, we are trying to figure out what's going on board 4. We are going to also see board 15. I see it suggested in the chat. But if you have any other games that you think are interesting, let us know. Or if you have any questions for us, maybe for Rasmus, he will not be here with us tomorrow. So here's your chance.
So you played bishop d3 instead? Bishop f5? Yeah, like you said.
And long castle. I was not expecting to see long castle, to be honest.
No, me neither. Yeah.
Anymore, I would say. Sometimes you'd expect it, but here?
Yeah, sometimes I never expect long castle somehow. But
okay. But sometimes it's there, no? In these positions.
Yeah.
Sometimes it can happen.
It makes a lot of sense, because immediately you have problems with the pawn on d5. Even e4 might be sometimes an idea with the rook looking at the queen. queen e7. Looks like a very
And that's not knight f5. Okay.
very good response.
Yeah.
Because now if you take, you can take the bishop.
Right. That would look pretty bad.
And then you can take here, and it's a disaster for white.
So bishop f4.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
what rook d8 he played, yeah?
Mm-hmm. And that's
And I was looking at e5. I guess rook d5 was the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Why didn't he
Yeah.
take here? Yeah, probably just rook d5. Why not? Immediately attacking the knight, and rook d1 is coming. So
yeah,
that would probably just help white. But yeah, the question is if rook d8 really works. Like, it's very concrete, this position, right? Pawn is hanging here.
becoming a threat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's a threat, but this might be a question. G4. Just to attack your pawn on h6. I don't know how you want to react.
He played something. He played king b1. I was going to suggest that move as well because c7 is hanging, yeah, on 95.
Mm-hmm.
But g4 looks way more interesting now that you have it on the board.
Yes. Probably he thought that black just plays knight g7.
And then takes the pawn. And if bishop h6, queen e5.
Yeah.
Or
knight e5. I don't know.
Because
queen e5 might be bishop f4, but
yeah.
Yeah. I mean, black's king does look kind of weak, but also black can maybe get some quick play with a6, c5, and so on. And d4. So Cheparinov didn't like this. I don't know how the evaluation is. He just played king b1.
Yeah, king b1 looks nice, but I was wondering about a6 on king b1. To be honest. Knight c3, I guess, yeah.
But so his idea is if d4, now knight e4 probably. But somehow
I didn't think that far, but
maybe
yeah,
maybe not. I mean, what's his point? Maybe he can also play knight d4, but okay, first we should
maybe
consider
knight d4
this. Maybe he can take and play queen e4.
Knight. Which knight takes? C knight?
Yeah, probably.
I guess, yeah.
Hard to say.
But then isn't this also a threat?
Yeah, it looks
maybe a bigger threat now, yeah. It
looks nice for white actually.
I was thinking maybe c5, but then g4, and I'm hanging h6.
Even knight d5, knight f6 might be a problem.
That hurts, yeah.
Yeah. So probably like this d4 move, it looks nice for black, but then as soon as it looks like active and doing something, but as soon as we just respond, it doesn't look so pleasant for black. At least it feels like it.
Yeah. So maybe then how does black defend d5 after knight c3? Oops.
Yeah.
Sorry. Queen e6 or what's the
But then
the alternative? Queen c5?
Yeah, maybe queen e6. Just like similar to before, like after g4, then slowly taking this pawn on e5.
Now that we were looking at these ideas after d4, I'm starting to wonder about
e4.
Yeah.
Me too. I don't know. Maybe... Okay, black can exchange everything now if he wants to. That's probably not okay. Probably you can take on g4.
And now we do win the h6 pawn.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, maybe... I don't know if knight d4 is possible.
Yeah.
But then you take on d5, right?
We take on d5, and it doesn't look...
And rook d5, you just play like similarly, and again h6 is hanging.
Yeah, a lot of things are hanging, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
So I don't know.
I don't see any, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe black should play a different move after king b1. Like knight e5 is also possible, but...
Ah, yeah, we should look at that endgame. I just thought that maybe the pawn on d5 will be
Yes.
a little bit bad.
No.
So now I want to take with the queen, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's just lost, the pawn on d5.
Yes.
Not just a little bit bad.
Yeah. Like if you take here, it's just attacked and attacked. I was thinking knight c6 maybe, but if you take here, again, if this knight takes, a7 is hanging, and if the other knight takes, h6 is hanging.
h6, okay. So knight f d4 might... I think that was in some lines that we were calculating. Knight f takes d4 might be best. In the d4 line, I'm guessing. After a6, knight c3. I think that's where I missed it. I missed the comment where it happened. Yeah, maybe knight f d4. And defend the h6 pawn, I guess, is the plan. If we move
or maybe g5, right?
g5? Okay.
Okay, it's also a bit ambitious.
Not scared of anything.
I don't really like defending it either. The king is weak anyway, somehow. Maybe king g7 is better.
Yeah, king g7, I was thinking.
G5, there's bishop e3, right?
Right. Yeah, I was a bit worried about h4, to be honest. Yeah, f4 even, yeah.
Yeah, my idea was just if you play bishop g3, then I might be able to play queen e6, queen f5. Then everything should be fine, but after bishop e3, you're quite fast.
And knight d5 again,
yeah? Yes. Okay, maybe. Okay, this is crazy, but f5. Okay, problem is you can take on plus
so, yeah. I'll take. I'm trying to see the queen takes, I guess. Yeah.
But it does look shaky.
Looks very open.
Yeah, knight d5.
I don't know.
Yes.
Okay, that should lose something after knight d5.
No, queen f5.
Maybe queen f5. Yeah, maybe queen f5 still holds on. At least the pawn it loses.
Yeah. I was thinking you can play rook d4, small trap.
Can you play rook d4? Yeah.
If you take here, knight e7, but you can just take this one.
Queen e4 and
this one. But yeah, okay, you can take here, but knight f5. This looks...
Yeah, okay.
Could be drawish, yeah?
Somehow still surviving, yeah.
Like you can take and rook f2. You have decent counterplay. Okay, it's probably a bit deep line, but maybe black can...
Maybe there is something there. Okay. I don't know how black will meet king b1. It doesn't look so easy at all.
Yeah, in general it looks like white is in the driver's seat here. And black has to find some way to solve his problems.
Yeah.
So should we move on? You mentioned some
we have
or something.
Yeah, we have to request here board 15 and then board 7. So we're gonna check both of them. Let's start with board 15. And while you find board 15, there is a very tough question here for you in the chat.
Okay.
Do you think you could win the challenger section in the WIM tournament?
Um,
Told you it was a tough question.
I mean, theoretically, I probably have the playing strength to be able to win it, but I think if I participate, like probably my winning chance is like 15% or something. But
So now you have to participate.
yeah, if they invite me, I will consider it. Yeah.
We will make a petition.
I was not invited by them so far. My brother played there last year, actually, but he was not close to winning
Okay.
it. Yeah, also Alexander Donchenko, he did actually manage to win it. A good friend of mine in the German national team. But of course, always a very, very strong tournament with many 2600 players and also stronger players than me. So I would for sure not be a favorite to win it, but not impossible.
No, not impossible.
Yeah.
No, I don't think. Not at all.
Okay.
So it was his birthday during the tournament, and they wish him a happy birthday.
Frederick,
Is
yes.
your brother? Yeah, your brother.
I think, as far as he told me, they actually wished him happy birthday the day after or something. They messed up something.
It's still fine, yeah. As long as they
I
remember.
don't know. Yeah. I think there were multiple birthdays on like these few days, and Frederick told me that they gave them some presents in some of the rounds there. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. What is going on board 15? I see you have it ready.
Yeah, Mustafa Yilmaz with white. I think so
Yesterday
far.
he had yeah, sorry.
No, go ahead.
No, yesterday I was going to say he had a great game and he was winning, and then something strange happened and he blundered maybe in time trouble.
Yeah, so far probably
it was not just a small blunder, it was the kind of lose the game blunder.
Okay.
It wasn't
Yeah.
it wasn't fun.
Yeah, so far the tournament is not going too well for him. I remember he's like one of the strongest Turkish players. I'm used to seeing him at 26-40 and so on. I think he dropped a bit, but I have very, very big respect for him. He's a very, very, very strong player. I think a very strong positional player as far as I know him. So in this game we had knight f3, some kind of a nimzo, but
not really, yeah?
without d4. Yeah, this is supposed to be after queen c2, slightly better version of the
I don't think
queen
many people
c2 nimzo line. Yeah,
many people don't play bishop b4 in this move order, right?
Yeah, most people would play d5 here.
Yeah,
and then you can transpose with d4 to d4 openings, or you could play e3. Yeah. These kind of modern systems. Yeah, this is supposed to be slightly better for white because you get the bishop pair here, like in the queen c2 nimzo, but because we don't have the pawn on d4, kind of, if the pawn is on d4, it can also sometimes be a bit attacked in the queen c2 nimzo with some c5 moves sometimes, and play can become quite concrete, and here it's a bit slower and you can just
and maybe the e4 square is important also in those lines.
True.
So now you can put the pawn on d3 if anything. You have the bishop open as well.
Yeah, you kind of just stay flexible. The play is not too concrete, and you just try to later in the game show that you have kind of a small material advantage with the bishop pair. Yeah, and now he went d4.
Okay, so just as we were saying, I was expecting him to play with d3, to be honest.
Yeah.
I was not expecting a quick d4.
Yes, I think I've also seen this stuff, like I think black can play here with bishop g4 somehow. It's more or less okay for black, but also maybe slightly better for white. But he plays d4 a bit surprisingly. Also to me, because also after this b6 is also very typical, and now you, like you said, you have control over the e4 square. And yeah, black doesn't have the bishop pair, but apart from that, a very, very harmonious position.
Yeah. I don't like when that knight gets to e4 generally, and the pawn's on f5. I just feel like black is doing fine.
Yeah. So
But
now,
c5.
yeah, now black kind of got developed, and now he decided to play c5. It's also a bit surprising to me. But yeah, it's always a big question. How do you proceed from here? Like, you kind of completed the development, but for both sides, it's not so obvious what's the plan. Like, white can put the rooks to the center, but you kind of, maybe you want to play e4 at some point, or maybe d5. It's always a bit
maybe
unclear.
d5.
Yeah.
Because e4, how would you get e4 without trading the bishop?
That's the problem. Like sometimes you can very slowly, like let's say black just moves around. Sometimes you can very slowly like try to do this and then e4.
So this plan again. Okay.
Black would not play rook e8, rook f8 is the problem. Yes.
Okay.
But okay, he
So
played c5.
I guess he's not worried about b5 anymore without a knight on c3. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I don't like it too much because at least if black takes, like you kind of have some weak pawns, especially on dark squares where they can be attacked by the bishop later on. But yeah, rook d1 happened and he just played rook d8. So
just waiting.
Yeah, I mean c5 is, I don't know. I don't like it like too much, but it also looks like a very, very normal move. He wants to do something, not just wait, and this is kind of like an active plan.
But what white played here, d5 also makes a lot of sense with the bishop.
Yes.
d7.
Yes, I like that.
So the point is that there's a problem here on g7 and black cannot really win a pawn.
The question is, can black win this pawn? Maybe. There are two pawns you can take.
Yes, there are two pawns. That's right. E2 was not on my list.
Yeah.
So what's going on with that queen there? Like, would we play rook e1? Queen goes to a6.
Yeah, and then
it's strange on a6. I don't know if we can prove
the
it.
thing
But
is,
d5
this still looks dangerous. This, but it's not so clear. What's white's idea? Maybe knight h4 or something.
Yes, go to f5. Okay, I was trying to get to the same place.
Yeah, black is a pawn up, but okay, we're in a middle game. Like, if you just have a weak king and so on, it's sometimes not so important.
Let's go b5. Let's go b5 for black. At least.
Yeah, I just wanted to put my knight to f5.
Yeah, okay, I don't have b4 the way I wanted to have it here.
Yeah.
I have to waste another move with queen b6, but then maybe there's time for some jokes on g7 if they work.
Yeah, or yeah, maybe a rook e7. Like this could be an idea. And okay, let's say black plays some random move. Now you can
b4.
Okay. Yeah.
What did you want
just
to do?
Demonstrate, like now you can take here.
Oh, that's very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is very nice indeed. But even b4 might not help because maybe the queen just goes to e3.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe white just goes like, just plays slowly, sacrifices the pawn, and
Yeah, actually, here maybe we would take, no, with the queen on a6.
Yes,
Or
you
not.
would just take first.
Here we
probably.
can take. Yeah, no, but with it has to be with the queen on b6, but then the rook's on e7. So here, but it's even better now for white. Queen e3 now or something. Or queen
Yeah.
e2, yeah, as you said.
I think in general, like if you get to queen to g5, it's just over immediately, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And even if you play like this, you can often sacrifice. And it's just too dangerous, probably. So probably that was the point. Like you just long-term sacrifice the pawn, but
And the queen is out of play, yeah?
Yeah, the queen is out of play and the king is so weak. Like if you had a dark squared bishop on f8, everything would be well protected, but right here the dark squares are just too weak on the king side for black, probably.
Doesn't look nice at all.
Yeah. Instead he played a4.
Okay. I guess.
And e4. Very interesting. Takes and now a4. Like he could not take here because now the pawn is hanging because we don't have queen g7 anymore.
Yeah.
But a4. And now, okay, black played one more move, knight f8. But finally, okay, white slowly like threatening to play e4, e5, so black decided to play e5 himself. So takes rook a6. Okay, we kind of get the structure. White is maneuvering a bit, black also. And we have this position.
So is white playing for... Is white playing on the queen side? Or I would have thought he wanted to play for f4. But maybe not anymore with all the rooks on the a file. Is he going to play...
Yeah, probably he will. It's hard to say. Probably they will just maneuver a bit. Like, I don't know, maybe the knight is still a bit not so optimal place. I would consider putting it here, but...
on e3. I was wondering maybe if he wants to play knight b3 and play e5 and then bring the knight. Yeah, but to c6, I guess we're not making it ever. Bishop d7.
Yeah, I guess the knight is also fine on d2, but yeah, in general it looks like black is more or less okay, but probably he wants to play a5. Yeah. And okay, let's say I don't know how does black want to play on the king side? Like he played h5, so probably he wants to play h4, right?
Probably, but okay. Or just to play h3 or?
Yeah, just to annoy white.
Yeah.
Like I don't really know how to react to h4. Black doesn't. Yeah, maybe black can play h3.
Okay.
Maybe we can bring the knight to g5.
Oh, that would be probably more annoying, yeah. I somehow don't really understand what white's plan is here.
Yes, I think that's just the position. I think there are not such big plans. It's just very closed, and we kind of have optimally placed pieces. Like the plan could be to play a5 at some point, and then
get to d6 maybe.
Just exchange everything and then say that this pawn could be a bit weak because we can attack it with queen and bishop. Maybe this might happen, yeah?
Yeah, maybe. I was thinking that the bishop there is not necessarily strong yet here. So we have another question for you here. Who do you think, or if you know, who the federation will nominate for the World Cup? I think colors is the only options for Germany.
Yeah, I think that's basically who we're going to nominate. I think it depends on if like we have this Olympiad spot, the federation spot for Germany, and we can only nominate players from the Olympic team. And last time on the Olympic team, there were Vincent Keimer, Dimitri Kollas, Matthias Blöbaum, Alexander Donchenko, and Friedrich Svane. And yeah, Donchenko, Friedrich, and Blöbaum, they already qualified via the European Championship. And I think it depends on if Vincent Keimer will get a rating spot for the World Cup, because he's top 20 in the world. I think he will get one. And then it would be Dimitri Kollas. He would be the only player left, and also he's German number 4. So I think he will get lucky and be able to play there again. I think also last time he got in via the federation spot. So that's also a good reason why you should qualify for the Olympic team. Then you can have better chances to play the World Cup, which is of course always a very, very big experience.
Okay. If anyone else has questions for Rasmus, I remind you that tomorrow Laura will be back. So yes.
Yeah, come with me, all your questions.
Yeah. Yes. If there's anything you want to know, chess related, opening advice, maybe. How about opening advice?
Yeah, no Sicilians. That's the only thing.
No Sicilians. Okay, I just remembered I saw a comment.
My advice would be to learn to play Sicilians at an early age, probably. But so it's a big part of chess.
In diapers.
Yeah.
Just to make sure that.
Actually, my first opening was actually Sveshnikov, but it's also a bit.
The comment that I read and I mentioned that time was that someone received a book on the Sveshnikov, but they haven't played it yet in a game. So you have played the Sveshnikov yourself?
I actually played it at the European Championship recently again, but it was kind of my first opening when I played my first tournaments, 2006 and 2007.
So there you have a aspiring player to follow then. Look for Rasmus's games in the database.
Yeah,
see
my games from 2006 were very good in the Sveshnikov. Yeah.
There was another request, right? About board, what was it? 7. Yeah.
So what was our conclusion about this position? Probably...
I was hoping that we'd forget about this position.
Okay. Yeah.
No, I'm joking. I don't know what's happening here. Yeah, we said that h4 was a bit uncomfortable. Maybe white wants to play 5, but it's not...
yeah, probably probably it's slightly better for white because of the bishop pair, but very close position and very, very hard to prove that you're better here. Even in these a5 positions, even with black plays like queen a7, probably white is slightly better in these endgames, but should be probably drawable. So
yeah, maybe here he could try and get the bishop out of f1. Maybe somewhere to a4 and try to put pressure on d6.
Yeah, this should be better for white, but also a lot of
maybe
pieces
easier
exchange.
To press here.
Yeah.
I mean, if we put this pawn on f3 and we bring everyone to the queen side, maybe the bishop here and the knight here. I don't know.
Yeah, for sure. This white will enjoy to play this position if he can get it. I think.
So black shouldn't cooperate so well like we did here. How wouldn't he cooperate if we go, so let's say h4, a5? He has to take on a5, right? After these moves.
Yeah. Okay, you don't have to take immediately on a5. But
maybe play what? I was looking at queen b7, but then...
Yeah, it's kind of similar. Again, getting to an endgame. I mean, it should be okay for black, but I guess that's also probably the reason why he's thinking he's Not completely satisfied with this endgame, but anyway, he played h4 in the
He
game.
played h4.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But anyway, should
forward,
we
yeah.
jump somewhere else? Yeah.
Yeah, let's see what board 9 was about. It was 9, yes? 7, sorry, 7.
Okay.
It was board 7. Who is
Mhm.
playing on board 7? Aditya Mittal against Urasai, or the other way around.
So White was the
Sicilian.
one probably playing for a grandmaster norm or in good position.
So.
I don't know if he has enough norms. Like I know he's a player around 2500, young player from Kazakhstan. I've played him at the World Blitz Championship, I think. Yeah, promising player. He's playing very well so far in the tournament. And another Sicilian, but close to Sicilian this time with
Not
Bishop
open,
b5. Yeah.
I'm just gonna investigate if he has any norms.
So the queen c7 happened, just to be able to take back with the queen. d3, e6. So, okay, d3 is... I don't know why exactly you play d3 here. I think I remember after castles, knight d4 is some kind of theory.
Yes. I remember something like this.
Like rook
And
e1,
rook
knight
e1,
g4,
no? Yeah.
and some sharp lines even with e5 here. You probably know this because you play knight c6 on move 2? Or...
Yes.
Yes, okay. you play this
But
line
I
with
don't
black?
know this exactly. Yeah, no, I haven't line.
Do you know d3? I don't really understand the point immediately. Like, what would happen if black played knight d4 anyway? Probably just bishop c4, right? And
bishop c4 maybe. Yeah.
Maybe the point is like after knight g4 now you're not threatening any mate on h2. So maybe white can play bishop e3 next move. Okay, so e6, castles d6, and now white played d4.
So are we transposing to the open Sicilian in maybe a better version?
Better version for who is the question.
I was hoping for white if he played d4, but
yeah,
I don't know. I don't know.
That's what he is thinking for sure. I think he was down to 117, right? So he was probably not in preparation. It looks like the bishop on b5 looks a bit silly to me. Okay, anyway, like white is not worse for sure. Probably kind of playing for an advantage, but also looks fine for black. Instead, he played a6. Now, if you play like bishop e2, like black can be very fast with b5, bishop b7 probably. So he took knight d4,
what is
b4.
Going on here?
Yeah, black took the bishop pair. And
yeah, but now the pawns, maybe some activity for white.
This pawn is a bit weak, and the idea was queen d3.
E5 was a threat, yeah? So he had to do something.
Yes. Yeah, like right now queen c4 might be a threat, but black just plays bishop e7, and after queen c4 you can castle.
Right.
So c4.
Not playing for the pawn on b4. Maybe he doesn't even have a good way of taking that pawn because d5 will be played.
Yeah, he could play bishop d2 maybe. Why didn't he do that?
Does d5 work right away? Do you think?
Probably, yeah. That's probably the idea.
And if e5, 94? No, 94, yeah.
Yeah, and you just have this pawn protected, and yeah, knight is also nice on e4. Bishop pair, maybe b6, bishop a6 can come. Looks like a nice position for black. So you wanted to prevent d5 with c4? takes, castles. Okay, white gave up the bishop pair, but the thing is we have a nice square on b5, and we can put pressure on this pawn. Maybe white can go rook c1 also later. You have the c file.
Black, okay, maybe he also has a problem with the bishop on c8. That's why he wants
the
to
queen
open
is a bit silly on d7.
Yeah.
So optically looks a bit nicer for white, but black just played d5. Takes.
All right, but this gives white another weak pawn to attack. Maybe if it doesn't become a queen, it's a weak pawn.
Yeah. So bishop e3.
No, I don't think
also
bishop
very logical.
E3
Like you can control and nicely block with bishop d4. Sometimes bishop d4, queen g3 might be an idea. But yeah, nice move by black with b6. With the point, if we take bishop a6, and now after a4 you can just play rook b8 probably, right?
And rook b8 immediately didn't work?
Yes.
Does it also
That's
work?
a good point, yeah. This just wins. Yeah.
Okay. We have this all covered. Okay, great.
So that didn't work for white?
Yeah, but knight c3 threatens 2 pawns, yeah? No.
Yeah, this is
And
attacked,
what's
this is attacked. The problem is bishop a6, there's queen d5.
Right.
And if you take, white will take with check and then be up material.
So
yeah.
that's why bishop f6, but why? No, bishop f6. Bishop b6, now we have bishop a6, but I was wondering about the pawn on d5. Then
might be how the
bishop
game
b2
could go. Could happen that white takes. Takes
on b2.
Bishop b2,
what?
rook b1.
What about knight b6? Could I be greedy? But you can play rook somewhere on the a file and still take it.
Anyway, it makes sense to take it first, right?
Yeah.
Because,
yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, you just win a tempo, but probably it's just fine anyway for black. Rook a6. And yeah, we have to move the rook at some point, and black will take. And probably it will just be a draw. Like you will take, and with everything on one flank, it will just be a draw.
We are almost on move 30.
Yeah. Okay, but white is thinking in the moment. After bishop f6, it could happen that he does this, because bishop a6 is a big threat. The question is maybe can white play rook d1?
Yeah, okay.
So what would black do now?
Okay, is the pawn on b6 really hanging? Maybe we have rook b8 anyway. No, we don't have. Just bishop c5 and... Okay.
d4? It's probably too much. Okay, bishop a6 is maybe the first question. If we just play this...
And queen d5?
Takes... Maybe queen d2 is also possible, actually. Maybe this might be a problem. Because it's still hanging, and now if we take on
you
b6...
want to take with a knight.
Yes, knight d5 is a big threat. And now, yeah, b2 is protected in all of these lines, also after bishop b6 some lines.
The knight on d5 is really unpleasant.
You can always take this, but this structure should also be a bit unpleasant. Like the pawn is weak, and this is a nice square.
White could win both pawns, not just one.
Can black play d4? It was just some crazy idea that I had. Probably it doesn't work, but... Like, my point is bishop d4, rook d8.
Yeah. Are there any tricks with the back rank? Probably not.
Queen f3? It just doesn't work, right? Bishop
Queen
b7.
f3, bishop b7, right? Yeah.
Because bishop f6.
Takes on f6, takes on f3.
Yeah, in the end this bishop
Yeah,
is still hanging. So this would be good for black, I guess. So maybe this works, right? There's also knight e2. Just
Bishop
to protect the bishop.
a6,
Bishop a6,
maybe,
yeah.
And I guess the same happens on knight b5, right? Yeah. Bishop a6, and we have to defend with a4 and then the bishop.
Yeah. Probably it doesn't. Surprisingly, this might just work for black.
Oh, okay. What if we move the queen and then play knight e2?
Where do you want to go?
Yeah. Where should I go? G3 maybe?
Yeah, but the problem is the bishop is hanging. Ah, you just...
Knight e2 I want
to...
now,
Ah,
yes.
okay. Okay, you can always take on f2.
Ah, yeah.
At least,
okay,
like, you can take with the king. It should be fine for white, but black will never have any problems here. You can probably just any move like queen e7 or queen f5 check.
Yeah.
Is there another move than bishop takes d4? Knight e4 should be played. Is there...
Maybe knight e4, no?
Yeah, but it's like just a way to make a draw, yeah? Even though... Okay, maybe you can play with white.
You think there are some chances here?
It should just be a draw.
Yeah.
But, okay, at least it looks slightly nicer for white. So, if he sees this line, probably it's preferable to this other draw. At least white has a pawn more on this flank. Can maybe press a bit on the rook endgame, but should be a draw.
Should be a draw indeed, yeah. So, okay, we have the position after bishop f6 on the board, right? I guess.
Yeah.
I guess there's no way to really win a free pawn here for white. But rook d1 should be the best try.
Yeah, I mean, probably rook d1 and queen d5 Wait, knight d5 is also a move. But then just bishop b2?
Yeah.
What do you do here?
Bishop b2, I thought.
Rook b1.
Rook b1.
Ah, that's rook a5.
Can I also take on a2? Ah, rook a5. On a2, maybe I cannot take, right? Because queen b3 or what?
Yeah, it looks shaky. Of course, you can never play bishop a6, we should mention, because of knight f6. And the queen will fall.
Just waiting for that.
Okay, but there's, rook a5 and rook d8.
Because on bishop e5, you wanted to take on b6? Or...
Yeah, bishop e5.
I guess so, no?
It just looked a bit loose, but...
Yeah, it does. Maybe even queen b3 or... No, maybe, I don't know, queen b3. Yeah, queen b3 and take with a knight on b6.
Yeah, at least this should be a bit nicer for white.
We actually have a move. We have queen d5 played in the game.
Yeah. To be honest, not too surprising.
So we are headed towards the drawish endgame.
Yeah, I kind of thought this could happen because as far as I checked, White has quite a high performance, and making a draw in this game still leaves him very good chances to make a grandmaster norm. Like if he survives the next game, maybe White might just need a draw with White in the last round. So
yeah, his performance is 2671 before this round, so very, very high indeed.
And Aditya Mittal is also like 2550 or something. So
yes.
Maybe three draws might be enough.
I couldn't find if he had any norms. I cannot find any info unless anyone knows and can update us. But I couldn't find anything on the internet. And okay, I'm going to read one more question from the chat for you, and maybe then we can go for a break, because I know you've been quite stressed as well with everything that happened stream. So let me read this. How do you go about selecting candidate in a position where there is no obvious move?
I don't know.
They just come to you. Yes, I think at some point in when you are very strong, they just come to you, don't they? Like E4 came to him in that position in the Sicilian, and then 95, and things worked.
Yeah. I mean, the question is when the move is not obvious, but that's most positions, right? I don't know.
That's most positions. Do you use the 3 questions? I know that's a way to get a move out of a position.
No, not really. I mean, this is something that all of this, like these methods and so on, like three questions, or looking for checks or captures and so on. All of this stuff is, of course, something that you learn with time.
And then it becomes automatic.
Then it becomes part of your intuition, right? Also, also for you, of course.
So maybe that's a good way to start if it's not coming natural to you. That's a good point to start. You start with the 3 questions: where are the weaknesses, what's the worst place piece, and what's my opponent's threat. Not necessarily in this order. Maybe you should start with the opponent's threat. But that might give you candidate moves many times.
Yeah. I don't know. For me, it's just purely like just looking at the position, and then like my intuition is suggesting a few moves. Like I guess that's how most players operate. But yeah, in a more methodical approach, you kind of look,
because you have developed this intuition. But Rasmus does not need candidate moves. He just knows. I think that's a good way to put it.
I think especially like in dynamic positions, when it's some very attacking chess, and especially then I have some troubles. Like then it's actually good to remember this. Look for direct threats and captures and checks, and you should check them first, because then sometimes you just think about the moves that your intuition suggests, and then you miss some a bit hidden moves that you don't see immediately, but they are very, very concrete, and they might be very strong. So sometimes to think a bit more in a methodical way will make you see moves that you don't see otherwise. Like sometimes taking a break and just seeing, okay, like these are the 5 moves that come to me naturally, but let's look for other moves, like which moves are legal, and then you think, okay, this is also a legal move, and I didn't see this immediately, but this is actually an interesting move and might just be good. But yeah, I don't know. I don't do any coaching, so I'm in general not very good at giving advice on such stuff. I guess you are a bit more experienced.
Well, I have a very good advice. Sign up for Killer Chess Training. And there are a lot of good stuff to learn there.
Yeah, I think, like, especially calculation, there are of course also good books like this Go books. I read. They are like also when I revisit them, I might improve my calculation and looking
They
for
are very
candidate
high.
moves and
Many of them are
yeah.
very high level. Yes.
Yeah, the exercises, but like when you read the chapters, I think like
The explanation
the approach and so on can help everybody. But okay, of course, this book is a book for very, very high level, but there are, of course, also many other good books on calculation.
I have good news because many more books are in the making, so there will be more books
Okay.
for all levels, not just GM preparation.
Great.
So
All
Rasmus does
right.
not look for candidate moves. Candidate moves look for Rasmus. That's also true.
I don't know.
They just find you.
Yes. Okay.
Okay, Rasmus. So it's time for that coffee for you and for me. What do you think?
Yes, that sounds like a good idea. So we will be back in about 10 minutes or something.
Yeah, about 10 minutes.
With
Don't
the
go anywhere.
time trouble is coming soon, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you back then. right, we are back for the commentary of the 7th round of the Aktobe Open. And yeah, let's get right back into the games.
Yeah, let's see what's been happening. Has anything interesting happened while we were away? Okay, I see
Yeah.
something about board 2. What is going on board 2? Maybe a transmission error. Maybe.
So we left this Urazayev game will probably end in a draw. Board
yes, we have this
2.
position.
So this is the current position.
They probably fixed it because here on move 21, I see there was something. Yeah, that nobody played rook c3 here.
No.
Yeah,
It's a typical thing with transmissions somehow.
Yeah, I don't know how the live DGT board sometimes picks up the moves, and it doesn't understand that the rook went all the way here, and then I guess it tries to reconstruct things, but
yeah,
it doesn't do it right from the software.
So what happened was d5 takes, and now after rook e8, he didn't know this very strange move from Sarana with queen c2. Or I suppose that Sarana still had analyzed this. Instead he played bishop e3, and now black kind of managed to equalize with queen c7, I guess. Yeah, now it looks like black has good harmony with his pieces. Very safe positions, knight f6, bishop on f8, and symmetrical pawn structure, but of course white still has slightly nicer position. So now knight e4.
Maybe a little bit of try.
So knight e4, he's leaving the pawn on b6 hanging.
But there must be something, yeah?
Yeah, bishop c5.
Bishop c5, yeah.
Yeah, and then you will even take on f2 with the knight, and white will have some troubles. So instead bishop e3 and b5 is the current position. So what do you think? Will this just be a draw, or does white have any chances?
Maybe white is, I feel like white is pressing a little bit, but I don't see how to put more pressure on a7, on a6, sorry. Maybe just play rook d7.
Yeah.
Just to be there, yeah? To be annoying if...
Yeah, I don't know how black would react.
If nothing else.
Like maybe you would play rook c8. This move.
Yeah, I thought that would be an idea.
Yeah, I want to get some space for the king, even though rook c1 is not really a threat. But okay, rook c2 might come.
So rook a7, you'd go rook c2, no? So maybe let's start with knight d4. Can we start with knight d4?
Yeah, good question. What black would play?
Okay. Well, I guess the pawn on a6 is not a huge problem because knight c5 always defends it. So.
Yeah, maybe actually. Okay. I just thought I could play bishop c5 and knight f6 would trap your rook, but you still have this b7 square.
Lucky me, yeah.
Okay, still bishop c5 is a very reasonable move. Yeah, this should look fine for black. I was thinking maybe instead of rook d7, does it make sense to make some luft for the king? Either g3 or maybe king f1. I don't know.
Maybe king f1. Yeah, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable in that final position after bishop c5. Because maybe you were not threatening to trap my rook, but some rook d8 would pin the knight. I don't know if anything could happen there.
Yeah.
So yeah. Rook d7 didn't do much. So here maybe still rook c8, I was thinking. Same move. Rook e to c8.
Yeah, my idea was now with the rook on d1, maybe we can play rook d to c1.
C1? Mhm.
And then kind of if we exchange, keep the rook on c6, attacking the pawn. And okay, this does look a bit uncomfortable for black. Also, the king is close to the center. Then knight might start jumping somewhere. I don't know where. But yeah, I'm not so sure about this for black, to be honest.
Oh, we also had a raid while we were, I guess, on break. So welcome everyone.
Yeah, welcome.
And there was a comment here that yesterday he asked Laura about the GM plans, and today she brought a GM in replacement. Yes, so she did have GM plans that, but maybe not the kind of plans that you're referring to.
What kind of GM plans did she have?
GM norms, I think it was the conversation. If she had any plans to play any tournaments and get norms.
But that's not happening today, is it? Or?
No, but we have you, and so
yeah. I get it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Somehow it does look. I don't know. It doesn't look like black completely solved his problems yet. Maybe this rook c8 is just a bad idea. Maybe. Does it make sense to? Okay, I'm maybe getting slightly tired. My idea was knight f6 with the idea knight d5, but
in the future.
Yeah, at some point knight d5. Maybe not next move. Okay, then knight f6 doesn't make too much sense. Yeah, but what does black do here?
Good question. I don't have rook d8 anymore as an idea. Well, maybe I didn't have it anyway.
Maybe it might be possible.
Do you think black could get enough activity? So what happens if takes?
Yeah, even king e2 here, but okay.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Okay.
No. Rook a6 is critical, of course. Yeah. No, it just doesn't work. I was thinking rook d1, king e2,
and
rook
some
b1,
rook b1 and
but just bishop d4 even. Yeah. Also in these kind of positions, maybe it makes sense if black also has some luft with h6. So maybe he will do that. So move like h6 here.
Just wait to see what white wants as well.
Yeah, white also doesn't really have too many improving moves, I guess. It might be an idea.
Rook c1. And double up on the a5, on the 6th rank, sorry.
Yes, I was thinking exactly the same. Yeah. Rook b6, rook c6. Yeah, might be. I think it looks unpleasant for black. Maybe now. Now I wanted knight f6, but now exactly because I played h6, you can take the pawn.
Yes.
And after knight d5, you can return to d2 and protect the square on b4. Yeah, I don't know. I'm curious to see how Wang Hao will solve his problems here.
I'm trying to find if we could bring a rook on the 6th rank. I don't want to play rook e6 and weaken the pawn, but maybe it's not so important. I wouldn't want to have a pawn on e6 though. Yeah.
But the thing is, white can anyway get the next rook to c6, and still black has problems.
Yeah, be equally uncomfortable.
I'm a bit surprised that it's white thinking in this position, right? His clock is ticking. I saw. Wait.
How long has he been thinking for?
I just saw that he was on 14 minutes, but like king f1 looks kind of just like a natural strong move.
So okay, from some view the clocks aren't updated because I see in the overview that Bangha is only 50 seconds left, and that's not true.
Ah, okay. Ah, true.
14 minutes.
Ah, 94 was
played
played.
94. We looked at this, no? But it
It's
wasn't
in a
so
similar
clear.
position.
Yeah.
But what's the idea?
Maybe similar, that if rook c8, then there will be rook c1, and
Mm-hmm.
we looked at bishop c5 in that position. Does it still work? Does it still make sense to play bishop c5?
Yeah, I'm getting confused now as well. We had some kind of similar position to this, right?
Yes.
And now there was some bishop c5. It was with rook on d7 and rook on
I think it was on rook
c8.
d7.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Because
and the
now
rook
with
was
bishop on c5, we can always play f3 maybe.
Yeah.
Even though this endgame should also be a draw, but could
Put
be
a knight on
unpleasant
e6.
for black, yeah. At some point, maybe the king can go to the queen side. I don't know.
So what to do on knight e4? But what does white want to do himself? Is it
Yeah, that's my question. Like I kind of like
do you
king
think he might
f1 a
want
bit
to play
more.
f3? Do you think he might want to play something like knight b3, f3, and
Yeah, but f3, as soon as you play f3, the bishop on e3 gets a bit loose.
it does, yeah.
Maybe knight b3 is the point. Okay, maybe
I was
it's
thinking
just
that without sorry. No, I was thinking that without a knight on e4, maybe we can get access to d6 and c5 easier. So I betray the bishop and play rook d6, but yeah.
So what would you play with black here?
Yeah, good question. So
Yeah. I mean, it looks unpleasant for black, but maybe.
Okay, but on rook c8, could we now go after rook c1, knight d6? He went knight f6.
Ah, yes.
So now he goes to d5.
Yeah,
See,
now my idea works. Yeah. Yeah, so I don't like this knight d4 move too much. He also gets some knight g4 ideas here. Ah, yes. This might be annoying for white, right? Because we might go to the second rank. And after bishop d4, also maybe tactically you could consider already rook d8, something like this. Because you're on this pin and knight f2 and b2 is a threat. Yeah. I don't like knight d4 too much, but what will he do now?
So maybe the bishop could go to c5 in this line. Would this? Oops, sorry, I meant here. Try to get something on a6 myself.
Yeah, but I guess
you could play rook c8, yeah.
Yeah.
Rook 8 is c8 even.
Maybe I can take and go to e2.
Not care at all, yeah.
Yeah, I just like to get some activity. Like I had such a passive position, really not with too many ideas, and I'm just so happy if I can get some threats myself.
And rook a6, rook c.
Rook a6. We should not take. Yeah.
Should not take, yes.
Then there will be back rank mate. But yeah, rook e8 is okay. I guess you can play knight.
Back rank mate yourself.
Wow. Knight takes f2.
Knight takes f2.
This is pretty.
Yeah.
I think this will be winning for black. You have to take, and then it's a nice mate. Yeah,
that's very nice.
But probably unlikely to happen.
Well, but then it's not easy to stop all the threats, no? There was g3 in that position. Well, I still think, what else can he do if not knight b3? h3, you think? No, I don't think so. Knight d5?
Yeah, the problem is like this is a threat and this is a threat. Like you can h3 looks logical. And then knight d5, bishop d2, but I think even you might even consider knight b4.
Yes.
Even this, if you exchange this piece, looks like black solved his problems here and not too much to worry about anymore. And anytime the knight leaves, you will come with rook e2 again. And rook d8 is a threat a bit. Yeah. So I guess this will probably be a draw somehow, but anything could happen now. They are both low on the clock.
Yeah, these positions are so tough to play. You make one move and you think you're doing fine anyway, and then your opponent finds something as well.
Yeah. Should we jump somewhere else?
Yeah, I see like the small eval bar from the overview that's going in white's favor in board 3. So maybe we can check out what's going on.
Yeah.
It was this game. So what happened here? What was 95 was played? Look.
Yeah, we predicted. Oh, okay. We looked at all the lines and so one of them happened. Yeah. So we looked
So it
at
was
this.
all this actually, yes?
Wait.
Yes, we did. And here he played a5. This is the
this a5.
This was the main line. Yeah.
Did we look at this?
No, we looked at queen c7.
And
queen b4. Oh, we looked at queen b4.
Queen b4 we liked,
go.
but he saw some reason. Maybe after queen b4, maybe there's some ideas like this. You might get active. Maybe not. Maybe something different. Yeah, but if you can push the pawn on e3, it's at least some activity. But yeah, a5, knight c4, takes, and he just
take that
very greedily took the pawn.
Bishop f4. What's wrong with it?
What? Yeah, what's the point? Okay, the only thing I see is
Queen e2. Queen e2. Nice.
And rook d8, right?
Yes. Oh, really nice point there then.
Okay, so also difficult to evaluate, but probably good for white. Because, yeah, pawn up on the queen side. This is hanging and this is hanging. But also not so clear. Probably good for white. Maybe f6. Could also be annoying for black.
I was thinking about bishop d6 and hold everything together. But I guess the back rank issues after f6 will be annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, the question is probably just how good it is for white. It should be pretty clear that white is better here. Okay, instead he played h6.
Okay, so that was surely the problem. If he played h6, was definitely the back rank.
Yeah, but quite a brave move. Queen e5 is very impressive if it just worked. Queen d5, queen c7. And again, he is playing with fire, yeah. Rook d8, he has to play queen h1
He just has queen h1, yeah.
Yeah, but very, very nice. He managed to get his rook to the open e file. That's very, very nice. Now queen g3 by black. So the eval bus is white is much better.
Much better. Yeah, I just see the small one. I don't know how good it is, how right it is. But but this is a threat, or isn't it? And takes on h3.
Yeah. Yes, should be.
It's a threat. So how do we deal with it?
That's for Saxian to know. Is the clock also right? Like 1 minute for black. It's a bit worrying.
No, I think that clock is right. Yes.
Yeah.
Only 54 seconds for black.
That's the thing with this time control. Like personally, I also like to get into time trouble. You can always reach move 40 and then you get some more time. But in this this tournament they're playing without extra time after move
So
40.
you end up finishing your game in a blitz game, no? It's wrapping
Yeah.
up in blitz.
Yeah. Yeah, you're playing right now. Botcharov is playing a blitz game against something who's playing classical. Yeah.
Yes, with an extra pawn. I don't know if that's
Mhm.
fair.
Yeah. Okay. Often you start to think more if your position is not so good. So that might be the reason he's so much down on the clock. So if I take takes, and now might it be an idea to play knight c5? It all looks a bit loose, but I want to put my knight on e4.
And you may want to take the pawn a6. He played rook d3.
Ah,
Oh, yes, because the
that's
rook on
very
a8 is
nice.
thinking.
Ah, wow.
It is, yeah.
That's a beautiful move. Okay, this just means queen g3 was a mistake. Even though it's not out of the question for black to take.
And return, but then
Yeah.
probably if I can take on a6, it's great. I think I can.
Yeah, it doesn't work. You can just take even rook e8, but probably this.
Mm.
And then a6.
Yeah.
Should be good enough for white. So yeah, rook d3. Probably black has to return. Yeah.
Yeah, does he have to go back all the way to c7?
Yeah.
He can stay on f4, but what's
the point of going to
staying
f4? You might even just get hit again with rook e4.
Oh, right.
And then I might collect the pawn on b4.
So this might be worse than we thought. For black.
Yeah, he just lost his pawn on e5, and now he's just
So
one
is
down.
it because knight d5 was a bad move where we left it off?
Probably, yeah. Maybe the position was from the beginning better for white. I don't know if you want to check with the engine. Or
we can do that. Do you want to see maybe this position with knight d5, like here? What black had to do?
I can check.
We had
the position is already 0-6 for white.
Okay.
And knight d5 is actually the best move. e4 is also fine, and knight b6. They're all like 0-7, 0-8.
So we couldn't have gone wrong here.
Yeah, he just had a bad position already. And now, later, it's all fine with black played, but still 0-8 because white is also playing good moves. h6 also all correct moves. Good. He just had a bad position to begin with. And now, this is supposed to be 0-3 now.
So maybe you're right. Maybe queen g3 was the...
Queen g3 was bad.
It's bad.
I don't know how bad. Bishop f6. Supposed to be position with compensation for black. 0.4.
Okay. We're getting something against b2 or what?
Yeah, you're pawn down, but these pawns are also not so mobile. You cannot really play c3. And if I can keep this pawn, also the white king is long term a bit weak. Maybe some point queen e5 could be painful for white if it works. Yeah, but after queen g3 was a very big mistake.
And I guess rook d3 was the move, no? Or
rook d3 is +2 for white now.
Oh, wow.
Even better, rook g1 with the idea h4.
h4?
Yeah, but yeah, not a very human move somehow.
Yeah. I was trying to make something like this work when you played queen f4, but it didn't really work out.
Okay, so now I still saw the engine move, but yeah. Anyway, it's good for white.
Okay. It's good to know that we were not like we were confused in that position, and it was for a reason. It wasn't great. Okay. It's reassuring.
Yeah, now he played queen h4. The engine wanted to see some h4 here. Very
Yeah, he played. He
difficult.
played h4, yeah?
No. In the live
Ah.
position, it's... he played h4.
Yeah.
Yes. Sorry, I'm confused. And now g5.
Now queen e4. G5 was the move, yeah.
I think I just briefly saw some engine line with g5 here, but just probably to
play rook h2 in case bishop takes.
Yeah, rook h2
Or rook h3, I don't know which one.
Maybe this one, because
that one.
Now you can put this here. g3 would not have been protected, but maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, this is probably very dangerous for black.
f6 is always there in the air.
But instead, queen e4 is probably also a very good move. Rook c8.
Oh, he just could pick up everything.
And he's just starting to eat all the pawns. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, this looks close to resignable, actually. Like rook c3 will also be a big threat at some point.
We would have nobody emerging with 5.5 here.
No, probably not.
But we're gonna have Sarksian getting closer to the leaders. He will be on 5.
Yeah, very good.
He might catch up with the rest, because is anyone else winning? I don't think so. Bangha, Sjugirov was pretty balanced, and first board was also quite balanced.
Yeah. Yeah, very good
we
recovery.
We have a draw already. We have some draws, actually. Yeah, and 8. We have a decisive result on board 12. Amalham 1.
Yeah.
Okay, and some more results on the lower board, 22 to 24.
Yeah.
Anything else interesting happening here? What about board 5? I see there could be something.
Yeah, I think probably this game will end quite soon, because black is so much down on the clock. But yeah, very unlikely that Boccia will be able to save this. So board 5, white is also in big time trouble. So we should probably just go to the live position. Right? Yeah, white was the player who beat Wang Hao in the first round, right?
Yes, it's him. That's true.
Yeah, I think also playing for GM now, but here it doesn't.
He was.
Doesn't look good for him.
He was.
One pawn down.
He had a 26-61 performance. But
yeah,
I think he probably needed a draw today.
Yeah, this looks like he can basically resign very soon. Yeah, rook d2 still fighting. But yeah, the knight is also coming to e4. Black is up a pawn and with the active pieces. The question is how you win. Can you not just take? Isn't it just over immediately?
Have to take with a bishop and then knight e4, no? What?
Yeah, okay, you can play bishop e1. But yeah, if black wants, he can play rook b2 or something. Just take this pawn. I don't know how.
I can still hold on to it for a moment and play b4.
Yes.
I think it's just for a moment.
You even have a small trap, like rook b4. Maybe black will get tempted. But,
rook d8?
Yeah, rook d8 and the game turns around.
And suddenly GM norm for black.
Yes. Yeah, okay. So maybe black will play something like c5 first.
Yeah, given it's not so easy to find a move for white.
Yeah, you might bring the king.
Yeah, thinking. And now rook b2 wins the... Oh no, there's still rook d3.
Yeah, you might be able to fight, but even if black just brings the king, slowly pushes the pawns. White is so passive. Very difficult to imagine that white can save this.
He's going to suffer.
Yeah.
For sure, for a little while, if not for a long time.
Yeah. Should we jump somewhere else?
Yeah, maybe just to check the first boards,
Yes,
right? To
yes.
check Chaparinov. How is he doing
Chaparinov.
on board 4?
Okay, we got some endgame. Should we quickly look what happened? He played rook d7. That was
yeah, we had this position.
Ah, that was a nice move. Because now after knight c3 ideas, you have rook d8.
All protected, you're
And
saying.
you don't need to play d4. Because then we had some trouble with queen coming to e4 and g4 and so on. Now you don't exchange this and you still have pressure on the pawn on e5. So that was probably a nice move by black. And yeah, it seems like he kind of solved his problems. He managed to exchange the queens. Okay, still white is putting some pressure on these pawns. Yeah, but feels like black should be able to...
Everything still stays protected.
So hold a draw here. Yeah. Even at some point it might be actually nicer to play for black. Like the bishop, it's just attacking pawn on g5, but also it's a bit restricted by the pawn on d4. Maybe black gets some knight maneuvers and so on. Maybe g4 at some point. Even black could start playing for a win, but probably it should...
Hard to believe, yeah?
Probably should be a draw, yeah. So they're just moving around a bit, like rook e2, signaling a bit that white really doesn't have...
I don't think
too many big ideas.
I'm trying to see if f4 could work. Okay, so maybe it will be just a repetition.
Yeah, it's a good question, f4.
But maybe takes and then g2 will be ready.
I think that's the point.
We could play g3 first or something to prepare f4, but probably black will defend.
Yeah,
maybe king
now...
c8.
Yeah, king c8 maybe. Or knight e7 maybe.
Yeah, knight e7 and knight f5 might become unpleasant.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand how is this position. But after f4 you might play knight f5?
Oh, we do have f4. We have... No, sorry, that's... I'm sorry. I got excited about it.
Yeah, I think they're...
For nothing, it's just rook g7 and...
Yeah, I think they're just moving around a bit. Black didn't play rook 6, this rook to g7, but... I guess probably black is also satisfied if they repeat the moves. It's lower rated.
Okay, but now, he could have had a repetition already with 6 to g7, so maybe he's
but
preparing something else? Could it be?
No, I think that he just thinks that the rooks are slightly better placed on g6 and g7 compared to g8 and g7. Like sometimes white might play some rook h6. I think it's not unlikely that after rook e2 he will just play rook g8.
They could just offer a draw at this point. They don't need to repeat moves. We are past move 30.
True. Knight d8, knight e6 might sometimes be an idea, but here there's rook e5, I guess.
We're also being told that Urasayev might win. I don't think we've seen his game.
No, we did check their game. We thought it would just...
7?
We thought this would just be a draw.
Yes. So how is he?
We missed something very important. Like after rook b1, we thought rook a2, but there's knight b4.
Knight b4. Oops.
And this is actually... Okay, it's only a piece because you can play rook a1. I thought it was Okay, anyway, you can play rook a4 or something.
What do you mean only a piece?
Yeah, it's a piece and you resign. But I briefly thought I had to give up my rook. But yeah.
So
why
he had to
couldn't he play
bishop
bishop
f6.
e5? This is very strange. Is it f4 or something?
Could there be anything with the bishop on c8? So if it takes on d6, rook a2, I guess, right?
Yeah, it should be okay.
Should be okay.
I can imagine f4. It would at least still attack the bishop. Like, now you can still play bishop f6. Should also be an improved version for black.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should also quickly check the engine, because I don't know.
Too many things happening.
Bishop e5 was the best move.
Bishop e5, okay.
Bishop f6, he's just suffering a bit now. He could play bishop e5. If knight b6, he can take the pawn. And if f4, now he can play bishop b8 or bishop d6. They're both fine.
Yeah.
And we will regain.
This way he keeps the pawn, huh?
Yeah, it's a bit uncomfortable looking, but we regain the pawn even though the bishop is on b8 and bishop on c8 is protected. So this would have been a draw probably. Instead he went into this endgame. And yeah, now he's just...
Maybe he thought he would win the pawn back here.
Yeah.
Maybe he missed a3.
Yeah, probably. The engine just said that you can take on a2 and play rook a6, but yeah, you will have to suffer for your life the whole game in this position. It's really not
wouldn't
nice.
Wouldn't this be easier to hold than to defend than the other one?
This would have been better, because now you just have this pass pawn still for white, and you still have weak pawns on the queen side.
So how did he defend after rook f8? Just rook a1, right?
Mm-hmm.
C4
and yeah, he just makes some luft, and after rook a4 you can protect with bishop c5. Now he brought the bishop.
Now go to b4.
Mm-hmm. Very nicely played. Now he can even push the pawn. Okay, he allowed this f3.
He doesn't care very much.
He doesn't care.
Maybe he doesn't care very much, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you can still protect with rook a3 if rook h4 comes. And this is the position. Yeah, you would like to play bishop c3. But
you would. But how is he protecting f2? Rook f6?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to protect f2, yeah. Like, there are no tactics here, are there? He might consider like some moves like bishop a3 or something, but this just doesn't work. Apart from that, it should be... Maybe rook g5 is also a move.
To play king g1 on rook f2?
Mm-hmm. But probably rook f6.
It would be nice to have that square for the bishop, yeah? To have bishop e7 and bishop f6.
Mm-hmm.
But how do you do it?
Yeah, bishop e7, why not?
What happens after rook f2? You think
here?
King g3 will be enough?
Yeah, it probably doesn't work. Even though he might calculate this.
Go all the way to h6 if needed.
Okay, black has bishop e6 maybe. Yeah, I was thinking maybe here king g5. Even though even here it's not so clear that we made black. Because of the bishop f6 he can run out to f8. And now after king h7 we get mated ourselves.
That was not the plan initially, yeah? We left to checkmate in mind, but yeah, this is
like the
not it.
Try to get mated with white. It's not so easy, but you just need to run your king to h7.
The self-made or what? Yeah.
Yes, yes. Yeah, so probably not bishop e7. At least it's a bit unclear why it should win.
Okay, but maybe this idea
Yeah.
with this idea, okay, it takes a long time, but then here would be great.
Yeah. Yeah, just put the rook on f6 and then try to get your bishop to this diagonal somehow. Yeah, it looks very difficult. This is the question. Not easy to suggest a move for black. I don't know. Moves that comes to mind is bishop e6. But probably because my candidate moves are not too great. No, rook f3,
but now
bishop
rook f3,
c3, yeah. And even bishop e7 also.
Yes.
Yeah, this looks horrible, especially in time trouble. Very likely that white will win.
Now you can practice your candidate moves here live
yeah.
for everyone to see the process.
Yeah, like let's find a candidate moves for black. This is really a position
exercise for everyone.
This is really a position where it's not obvious what you would play with black. Every move looks bad. What would be your candidate moves?
Well, I was trying to do something to stop the bishop from getting to e7 because the threat is rook f5 and bishop e7. I don't even know how to stop that. Maybe it's time to resign simply.
Okay, let me
there has to be something.
Let me just throw a few moves. Rook g8, bishop e6, rook c4. These come to mind, but
bishop c4 with the idea of rook a6.
Maybe.
Yeah, rook g8 but I saw the pawn runs. So he played rook f6. We're gonna see.
That's the problem when you have a lost position. Every move has its downsides. Okay, rook g8 happened.
Rook g8 happened? Okay.
Just not to get mated.
And he doesn't have much time to figure out anything else.
Okay, so white will take, right? Otherwise, black will come to g2.
He can maybe play a6.
You can also play a6. But
Are the checks any good after rook g1, king g1, rook c1? No.
Doesn't help so much, but I also don't see a big reason why you wouldn't take yourself. Let's just try.
And a6?
Yeah. So king g7, how do you react? Maybe this might be a bit annoying for white.
So if I stay on the f-file, there's rook a2.
Yeah.
I lose that pawn. What if I go a7? A7 I shouldn't go because I'm not threatening to get queen.
Maybe
as much
white
as I would like to.
Maybe white will just start with king g3, right? Yeah, you mean a6? Yeah, I was thinking you can probably take. But I'm not sure. Maybe it just wins for white.
If king g3, rook f5. But king g4 on rook f5. Where's the rook going? It's not going.
Wow. Wait. Can you play this? Just to try something beautiful. I think it works, right?
And a7? It works?
Yeah, there's still h5.
I don't have a fate. Yeah, nice.
There's h5 with king g3.
Yeah, and if h4, you just stay there. You don't want to find out what happens if you take.
That would be a nice ending of the game. If we predict this, we can call ourselves geniuses.
The oracles of Lichess.
Yeah, after king g4, this might just be over, yeah? What's the move for black? No moves. Bishop e4, there's rook d4.
Bishop e4, yeah, but...
But now h5. Always somebody has to spoil it.
And bishop c3 was not going to checkmate, unfortunately, no? No.
Yeah, there's f6. I guess. Okay,
But now we get rook e6. It doesn't help. So no. h5 is always there, yeah. So he played rook f5. He didn't go for a6.
He will go. He wants to go to g5 again. He wants to mate him.
Oh, nice.
He has no mercy.
No.
When he sees a king that can be mated, he doesn't back
goes for
down.
it.
Yeah.
Well, that's really nice though, because then black has to stay and defend against the checkmate, and maybe you can push the pawn. Okay, we are being told that board 20 is in a huge time scramble. Do players get extra time after move 40? No, they don't. That's what Rasmus was saying before, that he prefers to get some time. But here, no.
Yeah, okay,
It's
this
the
is
end of the
crazy. 1 minute, both players, a middle game, and both have a weak king. Like,
whose king is weaker? Maybe White's?
White is up a pawn, so if White's king is not weaker, that means black's position is bad. But probably black's position is bad. But yeah, g3 looks interesting. Or f3 even. What would you do?
I was thinking about g3 as well, yeah.
Yeah, I want to get my queen to h5 somehow, but anytime I move my knight, the pawn on h6 is hanging.
Oh, right. Right.
But yeah, g3 happened. g3. Yeah, difficult to suggest a move for White.
I think I don't want to take on g3. That's
It looks dangerous.
I wouldn't want to open up the position for the queen and rook.
Yeah.
So I'm kind of inclined to look at f3, because I'm not sure if I want to let black take on f2 either. Do I want to let him take on f2?
Sorry, I just
Maybe.
Yeah, knight f3 I thought was like a solid move. I was briefly
okay.
Wait. I was briefly thinking
you found an idea.
Yeah, I have some crazy ideas again. I guess they don't make sense.
And rook f1? Or
no, I was this is completely irrelevant, but wait. I also forget what I was thinking. This, and rook e1. But I guess I can just play queen f3. Knight
that would have
knight
been
f3.
nice. Let's let Rasmus show us.
Yes.
The point.
I play too much Puzzle Storm. Yeah. Just looking for cheapos.
Welcome, Master Chess Dojo. Welcome to our to Aktobe Open.
Welcome. Okay, so knight e6 instead. He's just going for the kill, yeah? Rook on f8 is hanging. Queen f6. Queen d7.
This must be very entertaining to play with 30 seconds.
Yeah, they will be sweating. Aye.
Why is White doing this to himself? Couldn't he have gone for something quieter? Like on g3? Yeah. It feels like knight a6 is going into some crazy complications where I don't know what's going on.
I think he was thinking that he will just win the game. But he might just lose the game instead.
Is the knight lost now? On queen e6 we still have rook e5.
Yeah, but rook e6.
And if rook e6?
No, White maybe just blundered here.
Well, I do see the small eval bar going into a lot in black's favor.
Yeah, this might just be a piece. I mean, white can slowly double the rooks, but black can just unpin and rook e8 or anything. I think white just blundered. Queen h4 is also on the cards. Like, for example, rook e4, king h8. I might even play queen h4. Okay, probably I would just protect. Because queen h4...
Just okay. You have to calculate and you only have 30 seconds.
Okay, so knight f3, but okay. Black will not really dare to go for this,
so
I guess.
There's a checkmate here in case of takes, yeah? There's queen g3 and you check again. Or...
Rook g6 is coming in the end.
Yes.
Yeah, but fg happened. Now even f3. Black is ready.
He played f3.
Black doesn't have any mercy. Because fg, white will still have rook f1. But now f3, f2 is coming, and black just wants to mate white. It should be...
Wants to get over with this. No adrenaline rush. So
rook
what
e4.
would happen? And f2?
Yeah, he wants to play king f1.
And knight g4 it comes with check. Yeah, sorry, not going to work.
Yeah, still a tricky move for sure. f2. King f1 will happen quickly, even though king h2, yeah.
Is it time to unpin and play king h? Where h? Which one's better? h7, h8?
Yeah, but rook f4 is the idea for white. And now you kind of have a problem.
You lose a rook. I lose a
rook. It might still turn around. Okay, but there has to be something for black. Now we need to find a good move.
We don't have queen e7 because rook e5 as well, yeah?
Sorry?
Queen e7 just to get out of there is rook e5 always.
Like there's some queen f5, but I don't really know what it does. Queen g6. Just because you can't move your rook because b1 is hanging, but white will play rook d1 or something.
I'm also thinking rook b2 with rook e2 could be planned.
Yeah. Yeah, we will find out. Black has 30 seconds on the clock. He will also struggle here. Maybe rook d8 just, yeah. Rook d8 is an excellent move.
Solving everything.
Okay, you're still in the pin, but rook f4 doesn't really do that much anymore. And now, yeah, the queen is also less active. So
just to update you, there's a draw on board 2. So Bangha and Sjugirov drew. Nothing really happened in the endgame, in that endgame after all. There was also a draw on board 6 and black one on board 5.
Yeah, that's what we thought, that this endgame rook and knight looked quite over. Okay,
it did, yeah.
Let's just stick a few more moves. I'm curious what
will happen
here.
Because this is exciting.
Yeah. Still, it's not so easy for black. Maybe just king h8 is professional. Finally, you can do this and start to move your knight or something. Like knight g4, knight h2 is sometimes an idea. Okay, king g7, maybe even better.
I wanted to be out of the checks on the g file as well, but maybe they don't matter. That's what he's saying.
Yeah. Would be nice for white to play rook e1, but it can be taken. But it's kind of a candidate move that you think about anyway.
I always wanted to play rook e1.
Kind of a human thing, I don't know. Okay.
Is anything interesting happening on other boards? What do you have? So
okay, probably now it's not that interesting anymore. Probably now black will just exchange and consolidate and win the game.
So what do you think was the move after g3? What's your guess? What's your intuition saying?
Ah, you you checked the engine.
No, I didn't. But I'm just curious. What does your intuition say? Knight f3?
Knight f3 looks fine. F takes g3 looks fine.
And knight f3 afterwards.
Yeah.
I think what he didn't like
queen
could it
f3
be
sometimes.
Queen f3, yes?
No,
I was thinking
taking
that maybe
first
he didn't like
because
this.
when?
In case of knight f3, maybe he didn't like rook c8 or something.
Yeah, knight f3. It feels like a solid move, but probably not the best move.
Would trading one pair of rooks work here? There's a question.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, probably it makes...
Just
maybe even the line that I suggested, like just allowing this rook e1 and then answering it with queen f3.
Knight f3.
Or knight f3. Okay, but here you can take and rook e2. It's still annoying. Okay, I don't know. Maybe.
But maybe takes on e8 and knight f3 would work. Or rook e2 is also annoying. Queen f3 then. So here in this here. Queen f3 maybe? A2 is hanging also.
Yeah, there's also knight e5 is also always annoying after queen f3. Maybe it's f takes g3. And just rook f1. This could be, if it works, it could be strong.
So the queen has to go...
Yeah, it might have to go to h7, and that's probably bad news for your position.
Knight f4 looks scary, but...
Yeah, I was thinking...
I have to think about queen h6.
It might be possible.
Then queen a2, no? There's some queen a2 here.
Yes. Okay, but we can collect the pawn on g3, I guess.
Yeah, queen g5.
Maybe some rook e5, but rook f3. It does look good for white. Okay, so I'll just quickly check. g3.
Moment of truth.
Rook takes e8 is the best move.
Okay.
Second best move, so you can try to guess.
That's correct.
Second best move
Did
is
we
interesting.
Did we at least consider the second best move?
No.
No. Wow.
It's kind of a similar move to knight f3 and so on, I think. Very prophylactic move. Rook f1, the engine likes.
Oh.
Just to be able to take back.
Take on g3.
And here... again, rook f1.
So you always have to find this move.
Kind of instructive.
And if white doesn't find this move, is he much worse?
This is also better for white. This is the second best line. And
this
exactly this rook e1 and then knight f3 and slightly better endgame for white. Black can still fight here. h5 or queen f5. Some counterplay, but better endgame for white.
Okay, so we see that in practice this is not easy at all.
Not at all, especially with 1 minute on the clock, anything can happen. And this, what I suggested, is actually not good because of knight f4.
This did work. Okay.
And now black has an interesting tactic, but very difficult. Apparently queen.
Does anyone want to find? We know it's a queen move.
Yeah. Okay, I already...
Who wants to try?
I think people already saw where I moved my mouse. But...
So I didn't, but okay, let's see. I was just...
Yeah.
So queen where? Queen a2 is not going to be it, no? Oh,
no.
Look at it. Queen d5.
Yeah, very tough move.
Yeah.
So queen e7 is winning for black.
I was only looking at g2, to be honest. I was not
Mhm.
trying to find anything else.
No,
So
after
the
rook
point,
f4, that's queen e3.
queen e3.
I think, actually, very beautifully, after rook f3, you have queen e1. Also only move. Very nice tactics here. And
rook f1, 92.
92. And beautiful checkmate.
Yeah.
Sometimes computer chess can be beautiful as well. Yeah.
Especially when it starts calculating, yeah? I guess.
So knight e6.
And
It
this is
was all
already lost?
fine. Yeah, queen d7 is a losing move. He had to play queen d5. Then it's okay for white. But now, yeah, I was a bit confused why I didn't take. Ah, he couldn't take. Because now there's a back rank mate again. Yeah, probably he thought he could take on e5 because otherwise queen d7 doesn't really make sense. Yeah, and from now on it was just lost. Yeah.
It's not over yet.
Whoa.
No?
White blundered here. No, black blundered. This rook d6.
Black blundered?
Yeah.
Okay.
This was
So blundered the advantage at all? Completely?
No, it's still 0.5 for black. But yeah,
That's very little.
Anything can happen in this endgame. White does have a lot of pawns.
So the key was to keep rooks and try to play for the kings.
Yeah, like in this position, kind of the white king is less safe than black's. So you should probably try to create some threats with the pawn on f2. Yeah.
There's a question if you know Jakob.
Oh, Agat? Yeah.
Yeah. I think you play in the same team or not in the same team?
No, but yeah, at the Danish league and in
the Danish league.
Politiken Cup, it used to be Extracon Open. You probably know this tournament. It stopped like 5 years ago, but I used to play there for 10 years, and there he was, of course, also often there. We've for sure like talked many times, but I've not really worked with him or anything. But I kind of know him. Okay, so black will try to slowly win this endgame, but it will.
But it's no longer very clear. Yeah?
It will not be easy. Could be a draw or win for black.
So Sargsyan did win his game. We thought it would happen.
Yeah.
It looked very much winning.
No,
yeah, that's a good point. Everyone knows Jakob. It's how well you know. We know.
Yeah.
He knows him. Yeah. So sorry, the eval bar. What does the
eval bar
want?
The eval bar is just always on as soon as the game is finished, because then Lichess has like the evaluations of all the moves.
Okay.
Yeah, but Sargsyan. Yeah, as soon as you had these 2 pawns more, it looked pretty easy. And yeah, Zemlyansky won on board 5. Sarana was also a draw. Probably not.
Yes, that hadn't finished. Okay.
Not too much happened. Equal all the game.
We have Cheparinov still playing.
Just quickly looking what happened.
So he played rook e6 in the end, and he thought that this would be easy.
Yeah, I'm also curious about this position. Engine does like king f1 or something more than knight d4, then it thinks black has no more issues, but yeah, also in this position it thinks it's all fine for black. 0-2 only. But yeah, a bit with the idea now rook c8, like if you play some move, now you can trade this and put your knight on d5. So probably Bangha would anyway have drawn the game. So Cheparinov. Something happened here, yeah? He won an exchange.
Exchange up. Do you think the knight No, how did he do that? We were
Yeah,
looking at
this
some,
looks like
some rook shuffling.
looks like magic somehow. I couldn't imagine. Ah,
So
this
he's...
black shouldn't have allowed, maybe.
But now f4 is a threat, as we were saying.
Yeah, maybe your move, like you suggested, king c8 was better after all. Something
So
like
knight
that.
e7, what we missed is that rook e5 was possible before.
And now after g4, very strong bishop g5. And you attack this, and if knight c6, you... What happens here? Ah, you have
King e6, you're
b5,
looking.
maybe?
Rook
Because
b5.
d5 is a threat. Very complicated. Yeah, but in the game, knight c8. Even this. Okay, so Chaparino started to do some magic here for sure. It looks like very strong play. He somehow managed to get this pawn. And still, it looks like nothing special, yeah. Probably black sacrificed the exchange. Yeah. There. Yeah, okay, he kind of forced him to. Because you don't really want to take here and give white this g-pawn. It starts to move. Bishop f6, g5 is coming.
Yeah, this looks easier than with an extra exchange.
Okay, so they played some moves here, but
maybe the knight on d6 is strong enough to hold this position. It should be, right? What do you think? Can white push through here?
I would guess it's a draw, but very hard to say. I would guess if white had a pawn on c4 or c3, it might be winning.
An extra pawn, or just have it on c3?
Yeah, instead of on d4, I mean. Okay, if I had an extra pawn on c4, it would be pretty clear case. But yeah. I don't know what should be white's plan here. Probably it would be good to exchange a rook.
But even if he exchanges a rook, then maybe there's a plan to bring a king to d8 and rook on the 7th rank and try to sacrifice on d6. Right?
Yes. Slowly, like making some progress.
So let's double up on the h file.
Yeah, but is it so easy? Like knight f5 is annoying now. Maybe you start with rook h2.
With rook h2. But either way, knight f5 will be there, yeah?
Yeah. Okay, let's say black plays some move.
Rook e7. Just wait. And rook h4, and now knight f5, yeah? Or not like this?
No. This makes sense. Yeah. Looks very difficult for white to prove.
And what if... do you want to play d5?
d5. Yeah. But then you can always attack the pawn.
Yes.
It's also a bit annoying. But okay, anyway. White might get rook h7 next move. But yeah, we go back. For sure, this
and on
will...
rook h4 you come back.
I think that we will be in for a 100 move game here. Either way, what happens. So.
Claiming the 50 move draw rule, huh?
Nah, I think...
Nah.
I think you will move some pawns before or exchange some pieces. But if it's a draw, probably if it's a draw, the game will take longer than if white manages to win. But either way, it will be a very long game for sure. I think he's also...
So they're just shuffling around a bit.
Yeah, he's just moving around a bit, maybe to get some more time. Or
maybe
to
he's going
confuse
here,
black. Yeah. Yeah, now after knight f5, at least we don't threaten anything.
Yeah.
Apart from knight e3.
Well, even that is not a big threat. There's rook e2, yeah?
Yeah,
no,
but
knight c4.
exactly.
Knight c4. Sorry. There's a big threat.
Yeah. Okay, this will take
Rook
forever.
G4. Yes.
Very, very difficult. Okay, so White's plan is either to exchange the rooks or maybe go b4 or d5 at some point, but I think
It is a matter of technique. Yeah, there's yeah.
Actually, this is one of the last games going still, right? So what happened in board 7? Should we quickly check? It ended in a draw somehow.
Yeah.
Wait.
This is coming from the same viewer who was asking you about Jakob. That's why I'm laughing, because he has a book called Matter of Endgame Technique. The encyclopedia. Do you have it? The big the big book, or have you seen it?
Which one? Probably the answer is no.
The A Matter of Endgame Technique.
No, I don't.
There are many jokes. There are many jokes around it that people got it to work out with it. That it's huge. It's about 2 and something kilos, 2.5.
Ah, okay, wow.
It's a huge manual.
Probably I should get that if I can carry it.
Luckily, they can get it shipped to you.
Yeah.
So how was the draw here?
Yeah, White blunder just completely. This will really be painful for him, especially that he's playing for his norm. He played bishop c5 here and just wanted to mate with bishop d4, but now f6. And if rook f5, there's bishop e4. The same after rook h5, there's also bishop e4, f3, I think.
So there's a perpetual on the rook?
Actually, White. Okay, you can play rook f4. So
because rook h5?
Rook h5, there's bishop g6. But then rook d5. Okay, so we make a perpetual. But that's not really what White wants.
No. So he got too ambitious with the checkmating ideas.
Yeah, his idea was for sure bishop d4 here. And that's what happened in the game, but now bishop rook f2. That's painful. And yeah, after king g1, black can just move the rook to f4. And okay, maybe White could still have played this. I don't know, but okay. If you blunder like this, you don't want to lose the game anymore. So he just took and it ended in a draw.
So what was the best answer? Was maybe a6, the line that we were looking at?
What do you mean?
We have the analysis. We are looking at a6, right? In this position. Yeah. He played rook f5
this position,
and we were looking at a6.
Actually, according to the engine, it was still holdable. 0.8. Yeah, but of course, very good winning chances. But he just... Bishop c5 here would have been a good choice. h6, bishop e3, and you kind of stabilize and can go to the queen side with a rook.
It's not going to be easy to push the pawn either, yeah.
Yeah, and bishop c5 just blundered the position. Also early in the game, he had a bigger advantage. Rook g5 here was a bit stronger, but still, like between drawn and lost.
Rook f6. Okay.
Rook g8, very important. Only move for some reason.
That's a bit heartbreaking, because we know he's fighting for norm. Okay, he's still, I think, in contention for a norm.
I think Arthur Daftian also lost, which is not good for his norm chances.
Yeah, that's not good. Where is he?
Board 9.
I see on board 9.
Yeah, we didn't really manage to check his game, but unfortunately he lost today. Of course, with black against a strong grandmaster, it's not easy. Knightage also lost.
He lost again. Okay.
Yeah.
He's not doing well at all in this tournament.
Yeah.
It's not his tournament.
Yeah, I think it's also a tournament with many underrated players, at least in.
Oh yes.
As far as I know, these okay, there are many young
Yes.
players here and so on, but also these Kazakh players, they're in general quite underrated.
They're
Today,
very good and don't have the rating. No?
yeah, today he played somebody from Mongolia, but also as far as I know, a young player. I think he played at the Olympiad last year. I think Germany faced Mongolia. And yeah, no easy opponents really here. Even
No.
on the last few boards, they're all very strong. Okay, we could quickly check Yilmaz's game, maybe?
Yeah,
He's still
board
playing.
15. Let's see that.
So we left it very... Okay,
He played
let's...
a5, yes. Just to see how.
We got this endgame, black. He goes with pawn to g4. Something along the lines we discussed. They got this kind of endgame. And he's slowly trying to win it. But it will be a long and difficult task. But yeah, the knight on g7, it's very passive. So, and I think Yilmaz generally has very good technique, so I could imagine him winning this.
He's gonna play this on for a very long time until he finds some new ideas. Yeah, he went to g3 now.
Could actually also just be very good for white, like slowly maybe. There's some way to win this pawn on h3.
Unfortunately, the pressure on e4 doesn't allow the knight to move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Would he want something with the knight?
Some advanced maneuvering going on here. He's slowly getting his knight to g3, and there's already some slight improvement. And now to f2.
If we traded, what if we traded a pair of knights?
How do you mean?
We? Where were we? Here.
Knight f3.
Could we have gone knight f3? Black will not trade simply.
Yeah, but the pawn on h3 gets weak.
Yes, that's what I was hoping for. But then g4 is...
Maybe
so if knight...
Bishop...
Knight where?
Maybe it's concrete, like bishop d7 takes. Knight e8.
Knight 8.
And you manage to get knight f6, even though there's bishop d2. Okay, you're very... something like this. Okay. Now I can go here, but... Okay, we are very, very deep into some line, but... Probably it's savable. Yeah, this pawn is always weak if you try to win the pawn on h3.
How did you get your norms, Rasmus? People are curious.
I have to remember, like the first norm I made at the Aeroflot Open, actually, with 50%. This was very
strong
special.
Open, then,
yeah. Aeroflot Open used to be above 550. This was back in 2014, maybe. Yeah, I managed to somehow win the black last game against Ina Kiev with black. I didn't really think about a norm in this tournament at all because or I gave up my chances because I think I lost like 2 games in a row before that, but somehow I beat a 2700 player with black out of the blue. And then last 2 norms, I made one in a Grandmaster tournament in Sweden, and then my last norm at the Bundesliga in 2016. I was just still 18, but yeah.
Was it painful or fun is the question. Did you suffer through your norms?
Yeah, I suffered, I think. I don't remember how close I was many times. I think I wasn't so often that close. Like, I know, like Vincent Keimer, for example, he often failed his last norm and had some 25-99 performances. I didn't, I think, but on the other hand, I already had 25, 20 or 30 like for 1.5 years or something, and didn't manage to get my norms, but finally I got them, and then I was, of course, very happy.
Was it more difficult for you with 25? I would say so, yeah? already the performance is it's more difficult to get a
Yeah,
performance if you have
I
such a high
think
rating already.
no, I don't know why it was difficult for me to get the norms. Like there are many people that have 3 norms and don't have 2500. I think in general it's more difficult to get grandmaster norms compared to IM norms because you need to get 2600.
course.
It's 100 points
Yeah.
more, and IM title
course.
you only need to get 50 points more. You need to get 2450, right, for IM norms?
Yeah.
Yeah. So this was kind of easier for me, and yeah, somehow I always made some 2570 performances or whatever, and never these 2600. But yeah, somehow slowly when I improved, somehow when I improved my rating a bit, then I managed to
They just
get
came
them more
along.
often. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's nice. They are not easy to get.
No.
As we can see in this tournament as well,
Mhm.
lots of the people who are fighting, who is left with the hopes to still get the norm? Maybe just Urasayev?
I think there are many people that are close. I think even on board 8, Utigaliev. I also checked him. I think he was also close. I was a bit surprised. He doesn't even have a title, but he has 2400 rating. So maybe he's a player that wants to become a grandmaster immediately.
That's what I thought, yeah.
At least it would be surprising if he doesn't have what it takes to get the IM title. Like there are a few of these players that get to the grandmaster title immediately. I recently saw some video where Mamedyarov was very happy that he got to grandmaster immediately. Some kind of meme video. Yeah, but also not too many people. Most people do get the IM title before.
Yeah.
Okay, so Yilmaz is struggling. This will also take 100 moves for sure.
How is Cheparinov doing? Is he doing any progress? Okay.
This is interesting.
Something has changed.
How did we get here? So black wanted to bring his knight to d5 instead. A bit surprising.
The knight seemed very well placed on d6.
Yeah, but it's also well placed on d5, so maybe it was actually just a good improvement of the position. And now he's coming with his king, but the question is, what does the king want to do?
Will it go to d8? But it just gets checked when it gets to d8.
Yeah. Like with rook and knight still on the board, it can just be vulnerable to checks from black. Yeah, I don't know. What does he want here? Okay, he also maybe got forced to go to e4. Maybe it was not really voluntary.
Right choice.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that even if he gets to double up on the e file, it's not. I mean, on the 7th rank, sorry, it's not really helpful, no?
Yeah, it doesn't end the game. Like the knight is stable on d5. I would guess it's just a draw. Maybe we should. Okay, engine says +1, so not at all clear. And supposedly he's slightly improved his position. But I don't
really see how.
I don't understand this. Engine wants to play rook e1.
Let's say, yeah.
The big idea for white might be to play d5 at some point.
For example, if rook b3, d6. So that's how we trick black.
Yeah, this seems to just lose now. Yeah?
Now it lost. So what's black's move?
No, just not allow this d5. I guess like now after d5 you have rook d2. You should just not put your rook on c3 because here. Now rook c1
Sure, but
works. You can't
yeah,
take.
but what's the move? What I mean, how does black waste the move? King b8? Is that a good way to waste the move?
Yes, that's a good question. Yeah, maybe king b8. Yeah, but very difficult. I don't like it too much. So, like, he's trying to play this actively with the knight on b4. Maybe he should just have tried to have like a fortress position. Knight on d6 looked all fine for black to me.
It's really nice to have a knight on d6 that's well protected, yeah? The pawn on c7.
Yeah,
Not
I guess he
going
was probably just a bit worried with the knight on d6 that it doesn't protect the pawn on c7, so he wanted to get his knight to d5, but kind of also allows other stuff, like, for example, the e4 square for the king would also otherwise not be available, and also this d5, d6 idea, it's of course not possible when the knight is blocking on d6.
White went rook h3, right?
Yeah, somehow he went rook h3 and got his rook to the c file. But
so
black
he's going
is
to try
just
rook e7.
asking him what does he want to do. I think in a practical game, usually black should hold this because it's probably much more difficult for white to show that he has winning chances. Like black's method of defending, or black is just trying to make some natural defensive moves, and it's very difficult for white to come up with a good winning idea.
Yeah, okay. Let's see if... So we have more moves. The rook's back on the 7th rank. Maybe that's actually an improvement.
That's probably good for black. Now you can also attack this again, knight to d5. At some point, also the 50 move rule might be a discussion, but right now, last pawn move was on move 58. White played
58,
b3.
yeah. Well, it's not much longer left. It's only 20 moves left.
Yeah.
They made plenty.
So in the meantime, this bought 20, black won finally. I don't know how. Okay, finally he allowed some pawn endgame. Knight endgame. Was probably winning for black. Hard to say.
He's gonna promote a check.
Yeah. And now he can just do the staircase, like this famous Nakamura Nakamura click, check.
Yeah.
yeah, that's a famous one.
Yeah. And now he didn't pick up the pawn. I thought he
okay, now he's
just
yeah.
White just got tired of going to g8 or what?
Actually, yeah. No. This is a trap by White. Very devious. If you take, this might be a draw.
Ah, that was the point. Okay. You wanted to stay there.
Yeah, because king and f pawn is of course usually a draw because you have this stalemate trick. Just like with the h pawn.
And the king is just too far.
Yeah. I
One
think
square
there's
too far, is it?
Here probably more.
Probably more.
I think there are some winning zones, like sometimes there are... Yeah, I just remember some Carsten books. Sometimes the king is like on f8 or e8 in the beginning, and then the king can be a bit farther away. But okay, here it's just too far away. It probably needs to be on d6 or something, or maybe d5. I don't know. Just needs access to e7 probably.
Yeah.
Yes, but he just played queen h8, and just end the game as soon as you can.
Yeah, I get Queen F8.
Yeah,
It's
and
done.
just the king comes. So he managed to win.
Rook and bishop pawn always drawn. Yeah, no, but there are some exceptions where the king is very close, and you have this tricks where you can allow the pawn to the white pawn in our case to become a queen, and then there's no way to stop the checkmate. That's what we are trying to figure out.
Yeah. So should we quickly check board 29 is actually also going on?
Yes. Yeah, we still have a few more.
Yeah, I think. Wow. We have a lot of 100-move games.
Speaking about this pawn, yeah.
I don't know.
Well, the white king is surely very far away.
Yeah, I don't know how many moves the longest games lasted in the last few rounds, but
I think yesterday we had
some rook and bishop, right?
Yes, rook and bishop, but I don't remember. It was 100, maybe in 7 moves. I think so. That's when he had to get the 50 move to claim 50 move rule. But this pawn just got to h3, so.
Yeah. This these queen endgames, I have had too many of them myself. I like at the European Championship last year. I played a game for I think 165 moves.
Wow, is that a record for you?
No.
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 I was expecting you to say yes.
I'm famous for my long games. This is one of
my specialties.
What
is the longest game you've played?
I don't know if it counts.
Do you remember?
Like in my in classical chess, the longest game I've ever played is, I think, I'm not quite sure, 190 or 191 moves or something. And this was at the
You didn't make it to 200.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
This was also at the Aeroflot Open, I think 2019 or something. And actually this tournament was with a long time control. So 100 moves, 100 minutes for 40 moves, plus 50 minutes for the next 40 moves, and then plus 15 minutes after move 60. So we played for 190 moves, which means...
And how many hours?
We started the game at 15 o'clock, and we played until 1:45 midnight.
Oh my god.
So 8 hours 45. I like to tell the story. So far I've not heard of anybody who's had a longer game.
Either.
Yeah. I don't know what's your longest game.
Yeah. Not this, maybe 6-7 hours. Definitely not, maybe not now in the recent times, but I remember that when I was in my 20s, or maybe even 15 or so, we still had this two time controls, and that's when I might have played the 7 hours.
Yeah, I also played close to 7 hours was the Queen Endgame at the European Championship, but that was 90 minutes plus 30 seconds, and they also need to play a few moves to manage that. And also another long game. I'm actually the world record holder for longest games at World Championships, because
someone should give you a prize.
Yes.
For this.
That's really the thing I'm best at. In chess, I played 206 moves, I think, at the World Rapid Championship, because I had rook and knight against rook knight and 2 pawns against rook and bishop, and I was too stupid to advance my pawns. They were on b3 and h3, and it was kind of difficult to advance them. So close to 50 moves, I had to give 1 pawn up, and then I advanced my h pawn, and those took like 50, 70 more moves. And then he had to sacrifice his bishop, and I still played rook and knight. And we managed to get to 206 moves. And this was the second to last game at the World Rapid Championship.
When was this?
Second to last game at the World Rapid Championship.
When was it?
last year in New York.
Last year.
So the whole broadcast and everybody, all the players, everybody hated me. And yeah, the broadcast was like, "Oh, we still have to wait for these guys. They just won't stop playing." And everybody was annoyed
They just
at
love
me
chess.
because I still played Rook and Knight, but sometimes you win it.
It was rapid, yeah?
Yeah, I was playing like board 50, board 60. They were saying it doesn't matter and so on. But of course, I try to win a
It
game
doesn't.
of chess
They
if
shouldn't.
I play. Yeah.
They shouldn't tell that to a chess player. That
Yeah.
their game does not matter is not something you should tell a chess
We
player.
are playing
no.
for rating points. We are maybe playing for Buchholz for some players at the top, but yeah. Then after
I don't know.
like,
You're just playing for your game.
Yeah,
I don't really think about my rating points during a game, but I just want to win my game if it's still a
yeah,
chance.
that was exactly what I thought. But yeah, then like with like half an hour delay, the last round of the World Rapid Championship could start finally because I managed to
Question here:
managed to
who
end my
was
game.
suffering more, you or your opponent in these games?
I think probably my opponent, but
In this 200 move game for sure. Yeah, he was
Yeah.
defending.
Also, yeah, also in the 190 moves, I was also the side pushing, and this year also somehow when I lose, I like to lose faster, but somehow
You don't want to suffer long.
yeah, the 190 moves ended in a draw, the 206 moves ended in a draw, but 165 I actually managed to win. I broke down his defenses in the end. But yeah.
You said the 190 move was this year?
No, that was
No, in
2019.
Aeroflot, okay.
Yeah.
2019, yeah.
Yeah. But this year, the European Championship, I also had a queen endgame. I had a b pawn. It was on b7 all the time, and yeah, I couldn't really improve. But he also had g and h pawns, and he slowly pushed them, so we didn't get to the 50 moves rule. Then we could play on, and he pushed them too
Was it a draw
far.
in the end?
No, he pushed the pawns too far, and then because his king got exposed, it was not really protected by the pawns, and then I could exchange the queens and promote my pawn. And yeah, my opponent was very upset after that, of course, because yeah, it's really hurtful too.
Not your fault. Yeah, it's not your fault. You
but
did what you had to do, yeah?
Fortunately, I've not been in this situation too often myself, where you like defend for 150 moves and then in the end you lose. This must really be a painful experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And as someone is pointing out in the chat, they could have went ahead with the top player pairing, so it's their fault, not yours.
Yeah.
I don't think they could do that, but
No,
yeah.
I think they would have wanted to. But,
no, you just cannot. Well, you can sort of predict the pairing, but you cannot publish the pairing if not all games are finished.
Yeah.
You can simulate the pairing without the result, but that's all.
Yeah. Okay, so this Queenland game is officially or theoretically it's a draw, but people very often lose this.
We have another game on board 25.
Yes, exactly.
Going on.
Yeah, this Queenland game is a draw. Whilst king is supposed to be best placed in the far away corner, like these squares.
Far away, right?
Yeah. This is what I learned like as a kid,
thing,
but I think Vincent Keimer, for some reason, he likes to put his king on a6. I don't know why. He thinks that's the best square.
Far away anyway, yeah.
But yeah, it's very, very often people lose this in, especially in time trouble and in practical games, it's very difficult.
Yeah, in this endgame, you are used to bringing the king closer, and not in this endgame. Here, you want to avoid getting your trade.
Yeah, you want to, because then if the king was on the second rank, you always have
get some checks. I'm guessing that's why he's staying on d8 and he's not feeling so comfortable in the corner, because there are maybe some possibilities to trade the queen if he stays on a8, b7.
Yeah, I've also defended an endgame like this against the g pawn, and I messed it up to a losing position many times. I had my king in the corner, but it's not easy. I think it's a bit easier to hold for black when for white when black has an h pawn instead of a g pawn. But yeah, it will be very difficult. So Board 25 is also going on.
Board 25 is also going on, and we're assuming that white will win, right?
Yeah.
If he can get rid of the checks.
I'm seeing there were a lot of checks last few moves.
Yeah.
So they had
+5
this
moves,
endgame. And somehow white managed to win the bishop. I don't know why.
Maybe because there's no way to get out. King h6 would trade queen. There's queen f7 check.
Maybe
King h8 must have a problem.
Maybe king g8 or something. Okay, probably the position is just winning for white anyway, slowly. So black maybe thought h4 could save a draw. Yeah, but slowly white is running out of the checks. But
is he going to hide all the way on c8, d8?
Yeah, I guess you can probably just go here, maybe.
e4? Yeah.
But sometimes later black can exchange the queens and then
maybe that's
then
the
the pawns could be strong. If the king goes too far. So I don't know. Queen f3 also looks natural somehow if it works. I'm a bit worried about the rook on d7, but I think black cannot win it.
I was trying to find the right checks. I don't know, queen e1.
Yeah. If it's possible, I would be interested to go here.
On f4, yeah? Looks possible. What if g5?
Yeah, and then king f5, maybe.
King f5.
Even, yeah, king g4 there might be.
Queen f5 still.
Yeah.
But
the
yeah,
king
maybe
might go back to h3 actually. If you go here, maybe I can run back. Because on h3 there are never any checks apart from e6.
Oh, wait. I go here. Where did you say you want to go?
That's a nice trick. Yeah. Okay, I would go king f5. But just...
Oh no. So this is
nice.
why. This is why I got excited.
Yeah.
Does it count as a touch move if you said you're gonna go to h3?
Yeah. Okay, so white can't hide with the king on h3.
Yeah.
But he did play. Maybe he's slowly going there. Okay, there's pawn is on g6.
Important detail in this moment, yeah.
But probably that's...
rook. I got excited about queen b5, but
yeah, rook d3 or queen d3.
Yes, rook d3 even better.
Yeah, I think slowly white is just getting out of the checks, like king f1, rook d1, and as soon as black doesn't have any checks anymore, white should just win. I don't know what black would try, which is the best check. Queens, yeah, any check white can play rook d2 already, right? Yeah. I mean...
So maybe the b5 check?
Okay, this happened.
That happened. Yeah, this checks, yes. And if rook d2, go back to b5. Something like that.
Let's just go here. I still want to bring my king to h3. Yeah.
To h3, sorry, yeah.
I'm aware of the dangers, but
so, yeah, now it's fine.
If it works, it works.
What checks? Maybe c1? Which check should I give? Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Even rook d1, no? And where are my checks after rook d1? c4, king g2?
Yeah. Actually, h1 also a nice square for the king. There it's pretty clear that there are no checks.
Yeah. No.
Like check.
Yeah.
As soon as you get this position, next move white will have some checks, or even though, okay, I mean, black can play. Okay, what move? Maybe here.
g5. Let's be.
Yeah.
Okay, queen e5. Yeah.
Yeah, not completely obvious how you win immediately. Maybe queen g4. Probably makes sense to provoke this, and then king is good. King got a bit weaker. I guess
Try
as
something with
soon as you get this,
like
you
that.
can exchange the queens and so on. Should be impossible to hold.
Even ideas with rook c6, yeah, rook c1, rook c6.
Yeah, yeah. No, I mean usually white should just win this position.
I was wondering if we have a result on board 15, but
I
no.
think everybody is still playing all of these 100-move games.
But something must be happening because I see the
Oh,
eval
wow,
bar gone crazy. How?
Crazy for who? Probably
For
for
white.
white, yeah.
Yeah.
He managed to trick him somehow. Okay,
I
so
want to
they
see
were
this.
maneuvering.
Yeah.
And finally he went knight f5. And black has to answer a question you cannot return because pawn is hanging on d6. Okay, king g5. He's going active with the king.
But how is white going to win in pawns?
Maybe black is losing instead of white winning. Maybe that's the answer. Yeah, he started to get active. Okay, but you have to, because at some point...
Yeah.
at some point, white will just collect the pawn on h3, probably.
Now she's going to lose a pawn, no? Not bishop d2.
Yeah, I mean... Okay, was also maybe possible. But yeah, this pawn, it doesn't give you so much if you win it. Because, like, the e-pawn can't do much afterwards.
And I still cannot win h3, okay.
Okay, it feels like... I don't know. Does black started to play for a win, or maybe it was just...
Knight f7 would have been wrong.
I'm just checking with the engine. It thinks it's all equal. But could you play passively? Probably was better just to stay passive. I don't know if white can... Yeah, as soon as you take this, you always have this... No, you don't.
Because king g3 and f3, or why? Why not? No, I don't have king f3. Why not?
Okay, some magic h4 is winning for white.
Huh.
I don't know why.
King? Yeah.
I guess just the knight is just getting to bad squares. King f3 is a threat, and with this, now we can return. And we have two passed pawns in the end. But yeah, the computer says you can play king h5.
So the
and now
pawn
knight
is
g5.
not actually going anywhere.
No, the point is just to go knight g5 one move later. Okay, but very difficult. Probably black just thought that he has to play actively. And it was all fine. Now black is even winning.
Really?
Yeah, he could play this.
With knight e4?
Actually, this is... Yeah, if you see the move, it's pretty clear that this is
clearer, yeah,
good for black suddenly, because the bishop is yeah, stuck in the corner, and this is protected, and you can just bring your king
this
over.
Would have
probably
been another game gone bad.
Yeah, you mentioned he just lost the previous round.
Yeah,
similarly, but this time black took on e4. Okay, let's just check it all with the engine. And now he did everything correctly.
Knight f2. And here he sacrificed the piece.
Yeah. and this d pawn is just too strong. You cannot get the knight back in any way, and the other knight is also too far away.
93, yeah. 92. Okay, but after d7, what is he going to try?
Yeah, he can just give another check, but finally the king escapes. Okay, you still need to go here in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 2 knights alone cannot really mate.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, so fortune
Yeah,
turn, yes? For
crazy,
him
yeah.
as well. In his favor as well, for once.
Yeah, he took some risks. I mean, it's of course what happens in time trouble where everybody is human. You can't find all the perfect moves so easily. So it seems like he will win. I don't know how many points he's on, but about 15, probably not too close to the leaders. Chiparinov.
3 points for Ilmas and 3.5 for Ayush.
So he will be on 4 points, but not really any chances for the top spots. So Chiparinov ended in a draw.
Only 108 moves. Oh, was that 50 moves?
Ah, yes, there were 50 moves. Yeah, he didn't find any way to create any threats. Yeah, just so much easier to make some normal moves for black than to try to find some kind of genius way to pose problems for white. Yeah, nothing happened anymore.
So does that mean we only have one game? Yeah, 2 games.
Yeah, we have Yilmaz. No, we still have these 2 on the lower boards.
Yeah. We are expecting Yilmaz to finish very soon.
Yeah, Yilmaz should just win. This should be resigned, basically, next move. And then we still have... Wait. Yeah, this position, it should also be over.
Oh, now
yeah, we just take the pawn and the king is well protected, so we might be stuck with this queen endgame.
Where we have to see... We're going to be following the 50 move rule. When is the last pawn push? It was on move 75. So 20 more moves. I will be checking as well because we have delay. It's 15 minutes delay if we have a result. No, we don't. So they might still be playing.
Yeah.
So Disciple of Kaisa thinks that Chopra is underrated. He's so creative and fun to watch.
Yeah, I mean, he used to be 27-30,
He's always been a
yeah.
strong player.
He's 26-40.
He's always been a strong player.
Yeah. Yeah, but he used to be top 20 in the world. I have very big respect for him. It's always difficult to play him. He's also so well prepared always. And yeah, just playing very well. But I guess his rating dropped because he had some less good results than usual in last few years, maybe.
He was probably focusing on many other things, not just on playing.
Yeah, I don't know. It's also just I have the feeling many young players are coming up and so on, and competing with the established guys as well. Like many of the older players are slowly like losing some rating, which is of course normal, but it feels like weird when you know the guys for
many years.
For many years, and you know how strong they are, and they're like slowly losing rating, even though you think that in their mind they're still like a 2700 player. Yeah, but just the young players, they're also very good, all of them.
They have to get their rating somewhere.
Yeah.
It's not pleasant.
Yeah.
For everyone else, but yeah, you gotta be prepared for these things.
So Yilmaz won. Okay, we could.
He won already. Okay, we have a result.
Could quickly stick here. So okay,
could black still try anything else? I mean, I see a check on h1, but after king g5.
Yeah, you could try this. just hoping for this. But king g4 would end the game. Yeah. No, this is just over. Okay, you can go
Queen
here.
g1. To g2, okay.
And here.
King f6 and queen c6.
Yeah, okay, you still have to play a few
King
moves,
f7.
but...
There, okay.
Yeah, king
I was thinking
f7,
king
I have
f7.
this.
Which one? And I don't have rook e7. That's what I was trying to get. But yeah, okay.
But you play rook e6 probably. And then queen c3.
King f7.
Probably king f7.
There's queen g7 still to
yeah,
annoy
but
me.
now the queen is so misplaced.
Yeah.
Now finally we get queen f7. Yeah, so this should also end pretty soon. Probably it makes more sense to go to the queen endgame. Oh, what do you think? Where do you want to?
Yeah, to the queen endgame. Yeah, I assume this will end very soon. And here I was just wondering if black was not going to advance the pawn already.
Yeah.
Can he not play h2 very soon?
I don't understand how this queen ended up on h8. This seems like basically the worst square on the board for the white queen. Maybe maybe she wanted to just get the queen out of any potential checks, but yeah, on the other hand,
checks, but yeah.
Black's idea mainly in these queen endgames is kind of to have the queen centralized on some square and then move your king in a way that there's no more check, and then you can advance the pawn on the next move. And yeah, right, how she is doing right now, she should be able to play h2.
But black is not going for queen c7 and h2. Why?
Yeah, but then white is kind of stalemated. Maybe there's some white can sacrifice the queen.
I understand, yes, what you're saying. Yeah.
Okay, so now king b8. There could be queen f4 followed by h2. So king a7. And how do we get h2?
Maybe there's no way. Is that
there should be a way? Like
queen a4 maybe. You play queen e3.
Yeah. Okay, so white will go king a8 again, probably.
Or maybe queen a3.
Yes.
And then queen b4. Yeah, but that's...
I was thinking you can like get a check on a2 or c2, but the problem is now this check on h3 might be very annoying, and the queen is kind of a bit misplaced.
And if we do the same with the queen from d6? That's what I was trying to get.
You tricked me again. Yeah.
Well, if you're kind enough to go to b8, but you go to
d7.
d6
is very smart. This is also a very central square. So.
And here I was hoping that maybe... Yeah, I don't know how. Because on queen b4, king a6, right?
Yeah, or king a8, I don't know. Probably it makes sense always to pick a light square.
Yeah. King a8, because on king a6 I have queen d6, of course, yeah.
Yeah, there has to be some way to give a good check. Another question is, maybe after king a8 sometimes... Because you have this check, if white gives a check from the diagonal, but I guess white can play queen g7.
Yeah.
And then you still have this check. Maybe you don't need these checks if you can give check from second rank and from the g file. Even though you can go here, yeah? King h1?
So h1, yeah. I was going to say that as the only way.
Yeah, I think this is actually how they do it often. Like how they get their pawn to h2. As far as I remember in these endgames, you can manage to get your pawn to h2, but you can't really manage to get it to h1. Or
Right.
often you get it to h2, but you don't really get it to h1.
Because, for example, now if a check, there
Yeah.
will be king
Yeah.
g1, right? And maybe
Or king h2. No, queen g1.
queen g1. So hold on a second. I was here. No, maybe it's time for me to play. Yeah, it's not. I want to get my king out of there.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe check, but now where? Because now I need to have the checks. Yeah, I move my queen and h2. I mean, I don't know where to move my queen.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. And now there are no checks.
Yeah, and now you kind of
from
say,
this
okay, the king is well protected on h1. There you can always block
Mhm.
with queen g2, but you can't promote your pawn when the king is on h1. So you need to get
so I
out to
might
the
have this
open
one.
and then you check again. Yeah,
Maybe this is still a draw.
I think like this position should for sure be a draw. Unless sometimes, I think sometimes positions might be winning when the queen is wrong placed. I remember that. It's so difficult. Like also with the table base, it's sometimes difficult to understand when these positions are winning and when they are drawn. But yeah, I had one
This
game
has to
with
be a
a
draw.
G pawn. There, I think it's even more difficult. It has to
Oh
be
yeah,
a draw, actually.
it has to be a draw. I was trying to just bypass all of this and try to get the perpetual on b1 and b7 and maybe move the king somehow. Yeah?
Yeah.
So I could have, but no, that's not even going to work because then there's queen g1 there.
Okay.
So I don't have time.
Yeah. Okay, you can do like Keimer and put your king on a6. There are no checks.
See?
Probably that's why he wants it there. I don't know. Okay, but anyway,
We have something.
we can give
have
like a
some
check
moves.
and pawn to h2. Yeah, black is kind of trying this, but now h2, queen h3, it should be a pretty easy perpetual because the queen is so far away. So
he still
yeah.
has 10 moves.
Only
Like
10 more moves.
14 moves to push the pawn.
Okay, that's
It
not
was
so
almost
much.
75.
That means black really needs to start to have an idea to push the pawn. Otherwise, it might just end with 50 moves. 75. Yeah, you should go to a8 again. I think probably the best idea is, yeah, to bring a king to h1. King g2 and queen f2. Kind of, it's
refreshing.
similar to what we had, but I think, yeah, black is trying to search for some kind of checks to get h2, but I don't think they exist. So would be a better idea to switch
Just
ideas.
push the pawn.
Yeah.
Before it's too late, you're saying, yeah?
No, you need to, probably what we were checking, like king to h1 is the critical idea, then you can manage to get h2. Otherwise, black might not manage it before move 50. Or do you see any idea how you can push? I mean, we would like to give some check with the queen and, like you say, queen to d6 and then h2, but it's somehow
Quite
very
unfortunately,
difficult.
we'll keep staying on a7. No, that looks like the only idea, and then
Wait.
to push the pawn, but
Wait. Could we get
king
check
g2,
here?
right? And king a7?
This was what we had in the beginning, yeah? What you mentioned. Now queen c7,
yeah, here
but
queen
now
c7.
we're stalemated.
Yeah, we should show this nice idea.
Queen
Where, how do
h5
we
or
get...
something.
Yeah,
For example, we can checkmate the white-black king here. And then you have to take, and it's stalemate.
Yeah.
But she played... he played king
king
g2.
f2 in the end.
Yeah.
Sorry, king g2, yeah. And
Yeah,
going
black
for
went
the
for
idea.
this finally.
It's time. I guess we will see a check on g7. And king
Yeah, H1. Yeah, maybe black has just seen this all from the beginning and played with white, just dragging it out until move 50, so white gets really tired.
A little bit of hopes.
Yeah,
Hope also.
that's the meanest way. Just play 50 moves, then advance, then 50 moves, then advance, and finally white will be too tired, and you will win by some blunder. Yeah, now immediately white doesn't have checks anymore. Okay, always you don't have checks, like queen a1, queen g1. Queen a8 would be the check, but even then queen g2.
Yeah, I was telling Laura yesterday about these players, this Kazakh player who came last year in Benasque. And now I think we found the other player who was there. And I just remembered that he was very low rated as well. Well, very low rated compared to this year. He was 2100 only.
Which players exactly?
So, Moldagali.
Ah, okay. 2100. And now
last year, the same time of year in Benasque.
So he just won like 50 points every tournament he played.
Yeah. How many did he win in Benasque? They all did very well. Wow, 111 only in Benasque last year.
Only, yeah. Okay, effective 40 probably is a young player.
Yeah. Yes. 2007.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe it's also a reason they hold this open tournament for the Kazakh players to have more chances to fight for norms and to play rated tournaments against international players and so on. At least, I mean, the tournament has a very, very nice prize fund. Like first place is 18,000 as far as I saw. Yeah, maybe I should have played myself.
Maybe.
I think actually they like in the regulations you can see that over 2600 you can get conditions. I did consider it, but I had like 3 tournaments in a row before, so.
Are you playing anything else soon? Or are you taking a break?
No, I'm taking a bit of a break now until August. I play a Spanish league actually.
You will be in Linares.
Yeah. And you?
What team are you playing for?
I'm playing for Sestao for the first time.
Sestao, okay, so the best. They are the best usually, yeah? They're the champions.
No, I don't think.
Or maybe they're not the champions lately, but they used to win every year, Sestao.
Yeah, I think the team is a bit weaker by now, but yeah.
I'm going to Benasque. Just the day the tournament ends, I'm going to travel to Valencia, and from Valencia we're going to Benasque. But I'm not playing this year. It's the second year that I'm not playing. I'm an arbiter again. I'm with the organization.
You're an arbiter actually. I didn't.
Also, I just recently started.
Okay, nice. Yeah, I've considered playing the Benasque. Is it nice? It's like in the.
It's very nice. It's in the mountains. Yeah.
Yeah.
In the Pyrenees.
I think I've considered it, but it's very, very difficult to get there, right?
Everyone says that. Yeah. I know. But even once you're there, it's worth it.
I think I checked, like, you can get with some bus or so on, but
there's a bus.
Might be like 2 days of travel. But anyway, once you get there...
No.
Okay.
Not 2 days of travel.
Okay.
Well, it depends, I guess, when you have the flight, because if you fly to Barcelona, the best bus is in the morning. So if you don't have an early flight, you might not get to it. Yeah. But Zaragoza is the best city to travel from, really. I don't know if you can find any flights to Zaragoza. Yeah,
I might play in a future year. At least I like to play tournaments in nice places, and I especially like the mountains. So
it's very nice. It's also one round every day.
Usually it's also a good time. Like usually there are not
4 p.m.
that many tournaments. No, like start of July. I also like to play in the evening.
You mean that? Yeah. Okay. I was just saying that they are very Spanish. They're not going to wake up very early. And I think last round is in the morning.
Yeah,
Maybe
that's always
10.
horrible, but you survive somehow. Yeah.
They had the last round in the afternoon a few years ago, and it was a fiasco. Nobody liked it. People withdrew from the tournament because they wanted to leave.
Yeah.
So they just brought it back to morning round.
Yeah.
Of course, for top players, first
Yeah.
boards, it's much nicer, but yeah, you don't want to lose half of the tournament.
Yeah. Everybody wants to play in the afternoon, but on the other hand, you're also always happy when you can travel home on the
Yeah,
same day and so on. It also has its
the thing is that
pluses.
most people have to get another night in the hotel, and maybe they don't want to go home already. They also got starting last year. They increased the prices.
Yeah.
Well, some things changed with the city hall, and now it was 10,000 euros last year. I don't know. I don't remember if it increased or it's still 10,000.
But
Yeah,
still, that's a very, very good,
very high
price fund, of
Well,
course.
you have to remember that Spanish tax will be applied.
Yeah.
So it's
then
it's
you
always good to remember.
don't need to pay in your own country, kind of. But,
yeah, I guess.
Okay. So how
Next year is going to be the 45th edition, so maybe it will be even nicer to play in round number.
How many times have you been
45. How many times have I been there? I think I'm been more than 10 years, but I don't remember how close I'm getting to 15. I don't, maybe 11, 12 years.
So this is kind of like
check.
this extra con open
Yeah,
used to be for me. I played there every year and I really loved it. It was my
and you
favorite
planned
tournament.
everything.
I
Planned
always
everything around it.
planned my summer holiday
Yeah.
around it. So yeah.
So you have the calendar and you have Benasque Open. When is it? Yeah, okay.
Yes,
Then what can I do?
Yeah, I should come there.
Yeah.
And then
It is really, really nice.
do people like go for hikes in the morning before the round, or?
There are routes you can take, and there's a big lake where you can go, and you can even rent kayaks. You can rent boats. We did that 2 years ago, I think. And last year we did something we never did. We went, because they have farms with horses, went riding, which is also really nice.
Yeah. Sounds
But
very
yeah, you
good.
have a few ways to go. I think I remember there are some buses as well that can take you closer to the to France and to higher peaks. There's a cable car that's being built. Maybe next year, if you're coming, it will be already there, so you will enjoy it.
Okay, probably like during the tournament, I would like to focus on the tournament, but when you go a place like that, you'll probably plan a few days extra. That would
you can maybe
always be the idea.
Bartel liked it very much, and last year he asked, okay, I want to know very early when the tournament next year. I want to bring my family, and we're gonna have hikes, and we're gonna go in the mountains. So
yeah.
This year, of course, he's already maybe he was among the first ones.
Okay, yeah. Did he win it last year?
He won it last year, yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's why he extra likes it. But
actually, I think he's always had good results in Benasque. I've seen him playing twice. So last year he won it, and the other time he didn't win it, but I think he 3. Last time I saw him,
Yeah.
So what are you playing in August? You said Linares. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and then I'm playing the Grand Swiss.
The Grand Swiss, okay.
In September.
Good luck there.
Yeah, this would be difficult.
Have you been in Linares before?
No, I'm also a bit scared. It will be 40 degrees or 35 or something.
I was going to tell you to get ready for the heat.
But I heard there's
mentally prepared.
There's air conditioning, right?
Yeah. There's air conditioning. Don't worry. Yeah.
I hope also in the
as soon as you go outside, also in the hotel. Yeah.
Okay, that's very important.
Ranier, my husband, will also be there. He's playing in Primera, but this year they're playing División de Honor and Primera.
That's nice.
At the same time. So you'll be what?
This might actually be the move that happened on the board. Okay.
Nah.
Because it's a draw. It's also a draw because actually
You think it's a joke? No, he played queen e5.
It's a draw and a joke. But, no, I think the problem for black is you can't get the king out of there ever, right?
No.
I was just briefly also following the game because I don't see any way how you can ever get your king out of the corner anymore. Because as soon as I go queen to g2, there's always perpetual
Check on
with
d1.
queen d1,
So maybe,
queen f3.
So maybe by giving if queen e3, there's king b8, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or king a6. We just learned that a6 is the magical square.
So probably it was a mistake for black to go into the corner, but okay, anyway, the position is a draw, but
it was the only try.
Very nicely saved. Saved by white. It's never easy, these queen endgames. Okay, it's not over, but I think white should hold a draw.
Yeah, how? Maybe we can just quickly take a look at what happened today and see what our leaders will be, and then we will be back to see how this is going. So what did we have today? We had Sarana leading before this round, and it looks like he will still be leading, right?
Okay, I just
5.5.
go to the standings.
Yeah.
So Sarana will be on 5.5. Sjugirov will be on 5, just like Bangha. And
Aryan Chopra.
Yes, Aryan Chopra. And we can't see him on the standings, probably because his
that's
Buchholz is bad, but Sicilian would also be on 5. And probably also Ivan Zemlyansky.
On 5 you're looking. No, on 5 will be Tsidipov. Tsidipov was on 4 and he won. Zemlyansky, yep, you're right.
Yeah, and Sicilian, yeah.
Right, yeah.
So a few players chasing Sarana, but he's still half a point ahead. I think he didn't have the best Buchholz, but Buchholz also improves when you're at the top.
He'll just try to win by points.
Yeah, I think he will try to score 1.5. But yeah, even if he makes 2 draws, he will very likely win a very good prize. Like first prize is 18,000, but also next few prizes are pretty good.
They are.
But yeah, I don't know who will play tomorrow then. If we can predict any of the pairings.
Will we see Bangha?
Might be Bangha against Sarana. So for some reason they didn't play today.
I thought they would.
Yeah.
I was completely sure they would. I was just finding the rest of the prizes. Yeah. So it's 18,000, 14,000, 10,000 for the top 3. And then it's 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. And yeah.
And I think basically the top players get their costs covered, so
yeah,
it's quite an attractive tournament to play.
And did this? We had a repetition here.
Okay, they repeated position 2 times, but it's not a draw yet.
Yes, not yet. Let me see if we have a result on just results. No, we don't.
Wow, that's a bit surprising actually.
Because... So 15 minutes from now, maybe they will still be playing, but how?
Yeah, I don't see any way.
I have missed the last pawn move, which was just 115.
115. So Bangha...
Are they going for a new record? They're going to strip you from the title, yeah?
165 would match me. Okay, but 206 will be difficult, and I mean, black would need to promote their pawn, and then usually it doesn't take 40 moves to win from there.
So unless they don't claim it and they just go for the record and they wait for the arbiter to stop them.
But the arbiter will stop them after 75 moves.
75. Ah, there's still a chance there, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
So probably Wang Hao might play Sarana. This might be an... Okay, maybe we're hoping for that pairing. Maybe it...
Maybe he will
Maybe...
play Sjugirov, you think? They don't match
Could also be
colors.
Zemlians. Yeah, probably he will play Wang Hao. Probably the reason was that maybe Wang Hao was paired up, like paired against somebody with more points in one of the
Mhm.
rounds before, and then sometimes the pairing system doesn't want you to do that twice in a row.
Yeah, it doesn't.
But yeah, probably for the next round, very likely Wang Hao will play against Sarana. That will be a very big matchup. Probably Wang Hao needs to win in this game, especially as Buchholz will probably also not be so good because he didn't start the tournament too well.
I think it was yesterday, maybe, yeah, that Wang Hao was paired up against Tidipov, who was on 4. Yeah, and Wang Hao, yeah, that's correct. So Tidipov had 4 points yesterday, and Wang Hao had 3.5. Yeah, that's exactly
Yeah.
when it happened.
And then we have like 7, 8
We're going
players
to
or something with
see,
5 points.
yeah,
Probably next game there will be some decisive results there. Somebody getting to 6 out of 8. So somebody will compete with Sarana for the top places, or Wang Hao, who knows.
what do you think will be the score for the winner? How
Winning
many points?
score will probably be
6.5, 7?
7.
7?
7.
Okay.
6.5. I mean, there are not so many players in this open. Only 70. About 70. So 6.5 could be possible, but yeah, it's very unusual for open tournaments to have such a low winning score. Or what do you think? Maybe
Usually 7, 7.5, but
yeah.
yeah, if this is so strong, they are so close.
It could be that only one player gets to 7.
And that would be Sarana. He has
It's
most
very
chances.
likely, yeah. There are only
Like, well, unless he loses tomorrow.
the
If
rest
he
will be
plays
on
Wang
5
Hao.
out of 7. No, it's likely that one player gets a 7 out of 9. Yeah, my prediction would
Yeah.
be, of course, very boring that Sarana wins it. I have very big respect for him. I think he's always playing very good. I think he should also be very good in this time control because as far as I know him, he always plays very fast. And especially in this time control, it brings you quite a big advantage if you are like 20 minutes up on the clock in the time trouble of your opponent.
No, it does.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that tomorrow he will play black against Bang Hao. And maybe that's going to be a bit unpleasant, but yeah, he's probably going to deal with that just fine.
Most likely result always a draw, but Wang
Oh, yeah,
Hao
draw.
could easily win. He's on paper the strongest player, and he's a very, very strong player. I can attest to that. He kicked me out of the World Cup once. He was a very, very strong player.
Yeah, he used to be a very strong player. He probably still is, but he had this big break from playing at least open tournaments, and he's probably taking.
Yeah.
That's what happened maybe in the first round. He's just getting back into the rhythm.
Yeah, I was a bit surprised to see him in this tournament actually, because I thought he started to play less tournaments, and suddenly he plays here. But yeah, it's first a nice tournament.
He also signed up perhaps towards the end of the.
Okay.
I mean, right before the tournament started. Yeah. It's maybe 2 weeks before. It was very close.
Yeah, but okay, we could easily see like Sjugirov or one of the other favorites winning the next round and then tying before the last round. Then it's also always a question, like, people are professionals and so on, and they also want to win the prize money. Sometimes there can be some short draws in the last round, but very importantly, there's no draws allowed before move 30. So This means we will also have fighting games in that last round.
There was one game in the first rounds, I don't remember which one now, that ended on move 27, and it was not a repetition. We were wondering what might have happened there. Oh, look, we have a threefold repetition.
What?
We have a threefold repetition.
How do you see that
move?
so quickly? Yeah.
Yeah,
this
I have
is a
this
threefold.
Lichess. Yeah, Lichess is pointing it out.
Yeah. Like move 180.
With what move? Yeah.
No, it's already on the board. Like,
yes.
White would have to...
Black repeated with queen c3, but black would not claim a draw, so...
Yes, how does this actually work? This is actually an interesting question. Wait, king b7 is one time. Okay, this is... White also has a threefold repetition. But how does it actually work? Like, if black repeats the position 3 times, but doesn't claim...
It's not.
But white, from the white
side...
Here,
white should have claimed. White should have claimed here.
Yeah, white should have claimed with king b7. But let's imagine this position occurred and 3 times, but one time white played king a8 and one time white played king b7. So white would have no option to claim threefold repetition. This could happen, right? Logically. But then I guess, can you claim a threefold repetition by not making any moves? Because your opponent
I don't think so.
Should be possible, no? If your opponent has repeated the position 3 times, it's threefold repetition of the position.
Work like that.
You're an arbiter, yeah?
Yeah, it doesn't work like that. You have to claim it with the last move. So black should have claimed it if black repeated, like it was here with queen c3. But black doesn't want it. So, okay, then you can repeat 5 times and the arbiter stopped it.
No, but I mean, logically speaking, if the game if the position has repeated 3 times, there should be a way for both sides to claim it.
But actually, in this game, we had if black repeated, normally white can also repeat. Like here, we had.
Yeah, in this case, we had king b7.
We had king b7 and white should have claimed.
But if this move would not have been 3 times repetition, we would still have 3 times repetition. But white would not be able to claim it.
You mean so this move, only this position was repeated 3 times and not with king b7?
Yeah. Like, let's imagine like...
white plays king a8 or something.
Like on move 118, white played king a8.
Yeah.
And then we have the same position again on move 122. And this time white plays king b7.
Yes.
And now we have the same position again on move 131. 3 times repetition. But white cannot make a move to make a 3 times repetition. But at the same time...
next move is not going to be.
At the same time, the position has to repeat it 3 times.
It has.
So white should be able to claim a draw, no?
No.
I mean...
Black should have claimed a draw.
In some way, I find this illogical. Like, I would at least try to claim a draw with no moves if I was white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. You would lose 2 minutes. Well, you wouldn't lose them. They will give in to you, to the opponent. 2 minutes.
Yeah.
It was very funny this year. We played in Roquetas in the beginning of the year in January. And in the last round, Ranier was paired against a Chinese player who was leading the tournament. I don't remember his name. But he was defending this rook endgame for a very long time. And somehow his opponent didn't immediately go for a plan and he kept playing around. And they repeated position 3 times, but not one after the other, no? So Ranier writes down the move and calls the arbiter and says, okay, with this move, it's threefold repetition. But I don't know how the arbiter maybe was not around. So the guy from the live, the DGT, comes there and says, no, this is not even 2 times repetition, which, you know, he finds it weird. I mean, I'm a grandmaster. I'm not that idiot. So at least 2 times it should have repeated. No, because he checked, I don't know how he checked on Lichess. And it's not a repetition. The arbiter, of course, has to check the live board, and it actually tells you immediately. But since this guy was not somehow, I don't know, he didn't really cooperate, the arbiter couldn't say yes. So he went and checked by himself, and in the meantime, they kept playing the game. And his opponent went for the winning plan, and he won the game. And they were just about to sign the score sheets, and the arbiter came and said, "Yeah, you were right, and you claimed it correctly. So this is a draw."
Wow.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah. It's always frustrating when
It's frustrating.
when you know something in the game and you're claiming something correctly, and the arbiters are not really that much into the game as you are. But
I think the correct thing to do would have been to go to a separate board and just play the game out. The thing is that with EGT board you can check it live, and then you can just get rid of this hassle. You don't have to play the 100 moves on a board. And it's not that difficult to check because you wouldn't check on Lichess actually. The actual software of the EGT board will tell you.
Yeah, I've had these cases. Like, I think I've sometimes tried to claim a threefold repetition, like the World Rapid or World Blitz Championship, and then you don't write it yourself. And sometimes we go to some arbiter in the corner, and they have the software, and it's saying correct or incorrect.
This was it was very sad sad for some, happy for others. In our case, it was very happy. I was following the game as well. I had finished, and I saw that it was a repetition, and suddenly I saw that the game didn't continue. So I didn't know something was going on. And then the game continued, and I thought, oh, he missed a chance to claim a draw.
Okay, but now it's 4-time repetition. Come on. It's time to claim a draw with King B7 in this position.
Yeah.
Right?
Right.
This would be the moment to end your own suffering. Even though, now we've already played 41 moves. Probably White is pretty confident to hold the draws anyway, so maybe she will just make a move.
And let me see if we have the result updated, because now it could be just... Okay, just result is taking its time, so maybe.
This is the longest game so far, probably, in this tournament.
Yes, it is the longest game so far. It's
156
your
moves.
fault.
Yes.
It's all your fault because you're the one who plays long games. So now that you joined the broadcast, we had to have the longest game. And it was a draw, Rasmus.
Especially Queen Endgames, I like to have, Okay, finally a draw. Good for White.
Yes. Maybe she's just claiming the draw here because she's not making a move. Yes.
Finally she claimed
draw. Look at that.
4-time repetition.
4-time, yes.
Okay, also, sometimes it's difficult to notice with all these checks. All the positions look similar, so it's kind of understandable. She didn't notice the 3 times repetition before that.
But now it is.
Yeah.
And the King B7 before was closer. Thank you, everyone who stayed with us until the end. Hope you were entertained.
Yes.
And we're happy to announce that Rasmus is still the holder of the longest game. Proudly. Nobody took the record away from him.
Proudly, yeah.
Proudly, yes.
Not the longest game in chess overall, but
At least as far as we know.
No, this was in World Championships. This was World Rapid Championship. I think recently in Title Tuesday, Hikaru played over 800 moves, and he was very proud of himself. So
we're not counting those.
He's more than that.
We're not gonna count those. No, we're counting over the board.
I also remember some over the board game, like Rook and Bishop with wrong color pawn on A4. There was also some game with 300 moves or something.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
So you still have to try.
I still have to improve my score, but this will be my life mission.
Okay, we'll be rooting for you. I'm not sure if we will be totally following those long games, but we will be rooting for you.
don't do that for your own mental health. But Okay.
All right.
So that was the end of the round. It was so much fun to join the commentary with you today. I had a lot of fun discussing the games. The start was a bit stressful for me, but finally
It's okay. Everyone knew you're gonna have a
Yeah.
long day in the office, so that's
was the first time I'm producing the stream, but finally, as soon as it worked, everything was smooth and fun, and I had a good
was.
time. Yeah, I'm hoping next two rounds will also be interesting. I'm a bit, yeah. Okay, I don't find the word, but I'm wishing you best of luck for the last round. It will be quite early for you in
Thank
European
you. Ah, the
time
last
zone.
round. Yes. It will be fun.
I'm-
We will start at 7 in the last round.
I'm happy I won't be commentating on that round.
I will get to see the sunrise.
Uh-huh.
I think that day.
Yeah. Tomorrow, Laura will be back commentating with you.
And we will be back with the same schedule as today, only the last round is much earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So thank you, Rasmus, once again for joining me today, and thank you everyone who watched us. I believe we will now have a well-deserved lunch.
Yes. Thank you, everyone.
Bye, everyone.
And see you tomorrow.
Bye.